Okay, good morning, everyone. As Mayor Pro Tem, I will call this meeting to order. Ms. City Secretary, will you please call the roll for the required charter officers?
Mayor Pro Tem Kaylin Paxson.
Present.
Council members Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Eric Antu.
He said he will be running a little late.
Okay. Gil Hernandez. Here. Mark Scott. Here. Carolyn Vaughn. Here. Roland Barrera and Everett Roy have recused themselves. Assistant City Manager Ernesto de la Garza.
Here.
Assistant City Attorney Lisa Aguilar. Here. Okay, we do have a quorum present of the council and the required charter officers present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. At this time, I will open public comment then, and to continue as we have the last 2 days of this, we will do 1 minute per commenter. I understand our first commenter, Susie Saldana, is not present. Okay, next will be Mark Munster. Melinda de los Santos.
Good morning, Melinda de los Santos, District 2. Nice things were said about the mayor, and that's wonderful. She does have good qualities, which is why it's important to hear evidence. Why try to delay hearings through appeals which were denied, to suppress evidence with numerous requests to exclude exhibits and depositions, to deny this tribunal their jurisdiction in handling this matter? Per Yahoo Scout, they don't use the same legal procedures. Rather, it's more informal and flexible with the ability to accept hearsay. This hearing is about whether the mayor is guilty of misconduct, malfeasance, or willful neglect of her performance of official duties. What we have heard from participants in the depositions is the acknowledgement of an altered federal document, forgery, a narrative and scheme to present this forgery to a city council agenda. So let's continue to allow evidence which will shed light. Thank you.
Miss Kathy Fulton.
Hello, my name is Kathy Fulton, and I'm from Port Aransas, Texas. And I think the other speaker said a couple of things that I want to hit on, which is, yes, that's exactly what I heard yesterday. A lot of innuendo, absolutely no real facts, innuendo. And I didn't hear, I mean, we heard a lot of hearsay, we heard double hearsay, we even heard, I think, some triple hearsay. We didn't hear any actual facts. Facts that point to any one person. There was some innuendo about several people, but that does not determine whether somebody has done wrong or guilt or anything else. This is not being handled properly, in my opinion, and I would please request that y'all, this is bad for Corpus Christi. It's been bad for Corpus Christi, in case you haven't been paying attention. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Miss Rebecca, is that concluded?
Yes, ma'am. That concludes the public comment period.
Okay. So this morning, before we move into continuing our testimony, we've been advised to wait for all members of this panel to arrive. So Okay, perfect. So then we will recess momentarily until he arrives. We'll give him about 15, 20 minutes, I think. Thank you. Okay, we will call this meeting back in order. Mr. Allison, if you will proceed.
May I level my objection that I need to level every morning? Thank you. I apologize. I was a little tardy, and I've got to make an objection. Objection, respondent renews her continuing due process objection that members of this tribunal are material witnesses with personal knowledge of disputed adjudicative facts and therefore cannot simultaneously act as neutral fact finders. Respondent further objects to the admission of the evidence on all previously asserted evidentiary grounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
And at this time, we would call Philip Ramirez by deposition testimony. May we proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Please state your name, please.
Philip Ramirez?
Mr. Ramirez, you know my name is Doug Allison, and you understand we're here today to do your deposition.
I do.
And you understand that you've just been sworn in. That means you are under oath.
I do.
And you understand that we're here today in connection with a lawsuit by Ajit David against the city and the mayor, right?
I do.
And you understand that that involves you because the subject matter of the lawsuit has to do with a $2 million incentive award that was given to one of your projects.
That's my understanding.
And can we refer to that as what, Homewood Suites project?
That's fair, yes. Yes.
First of all, have you had, in relation to this project, I guess there's a TERS contract where Elevate QOF got 1.5 million?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's also, with regard to this Homewood Suites project, a contract right now that's the subject of this dispute for $2 million from Tom Board.
Yes.
So in this project, just this one project, this Homewood Suites project, you have been able to secure from the city $3.5 million.
In awarded contracts for the potential of those incentives, yes.
Have you had other contracts where you or your business have made money with the city?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those would be related to my architecture firm, which is separate, it's my professional capacity, not as an investor, but a professional capacity would be as an architect. And so yes, we have multiple ongoing contracts with the city. We have done and completed multiple buildings for the city as well. They vary from the police academy and a couple of other police stations that we've designed that are under construction. Right now we have 2 police substations that are under construction currently with the city. We have Sherrill Park that we are currently designing, or the first phase of Sherrill Park that we're designing for the city that's under construction, or that we designed and is under construction for the veterans. We have we have a multiple services award contract with them where we're doing some repairs and some maintenance to La Retama Library. We have 2 wastewater treatment administration buildings that we've also done that are awaiting award. They're going out to bid. And trying to recall if there's, I think that pretty well covers it.
Does that include the ongoing and the ones that are in the pipeline?
There's a police substation that we just got notice that we are going to be award a third, the design. We have not received a contract for that, but it is anticipated to go to the City Council for approval in the coming months.
I also know you were, and we'll get more into some of your positions, but you used to be, I guess, president or chair of the CCREDC, is that right?
That is correct.
And then have you had conversations with the city about being involved in any of their desalination facilities?
Yes, we are currently have an active contract, not with the city directly, but to answer your question clear, but with Kiewit. We are a sub-consultant to Kiewit.
And what is the scope of that contract with Kiewit?
Just to design the buildings, not the process portions of the project, but just the enclosures for any future buildings that would be a part of that project.
How many square feet? Idea of the size of that project?
The large building, the RO buildings, it's a warehouse, 80,000 square feet maybe. The admin buildings now, I think, and warehouses.
I mentioned CCREDC already. Have you had any other appointments or board appointments or service that is in any way connected to the city?
I serve on the Planning Commission for, I think, 5.5 years. Chaired the Planning Commission for a number of those years.
Let me ask you a few questions about your educational history. Where did you go undergrad?
University of Texas
And graduated
in
when?
Austin in 2003,
And when did you get your license to be an architect?
2008,
As an architect, though, when did you become an architect?
and 2008.
So you've been an architect then for 15 years, 16 years?
Yeah, that math sounds about right.
Okay. And during those 16 years, have you had experience on your projects with FEMA flood plans?
I can only recall probably 2 projects prior to this one we would have gotten heavily involved in any sort of floodplain requirements, and that would have been on North Beach.
To get financing, don't you, well, first of all, to get a permit, you have to look at the floodplain that any project is in, right?
You would have to comply with the floodplain requirements, yes.
For every project.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 4. Can you see that on the screen in
I
front of you?
can.
Do you see that that is it's a screenshot of the FEMA website? I think you're familiar generally with how they do that.
I am.
And do you see that this one is titled Revised Preliminary Flood Maps for Nueces County, Texas are ready for public view? Do you see that?
I do see this.
And you understand what that means?
It says revised preliminary flood maps are ready for public view. That's what it says.
Yeah. In other words, you can now, the public can go look at the new flood maps, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And do you see that the date on this is October 9, 2020?
I see that.
Okay. And so at this point in time, in October 9 of 2020, and I don't know, maybe there's a previous date, but at least we know by October 9, 2020, what were going to be the new flood maps from FEMA were available to the public, right?
The preliminary maps, yes.
And that means also available to you as an architect?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you exhibit number 5. And this one is titled, Public Invited to Appeal or Comment on Flood Maps in Nueces County, Texas. Do you see that?
I do.
And tell me what that means to you.
Just it's asking the public if they are interested to come and appeal or make comments on the preliminary flood maps.
Right, you can put in a comment and say it's good, it's bad, make a complaint, whatever you want to do.
Yes.
You understand that process with FEMA?
I don't. I'd never been through that process before with that.
But you
I
understand.
wasn't involved in it or anything.
You understand, though, with all governmental entities, they usually have a comment period?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's not something that the maps are just sprung on people, for example, right?
Objection form.
This is something that was there for the public to review and input. I was not part of this process or participate in this process.
Right, but you recognize that the government always has this, usually an extended process for publishing things like its new flood maps so that people can have a lengthy intro to the idea of what's going to change, right?
And those maps are preliminary. Yes, I understand that those preliminary maps are here and we're inviting the public to come comment on them. I acknowledge that.
And this one's dated February 2 of 2021, right?
I see that, yes.
And so far we're looking at about a, I guess, 5-6 month period where they were introduced to the public and now the flood maps are available for comments, right?
Yes,
And exhibit number 6, do you see this one now?
I do.
And it says Nueces County, Texas flood maps become final. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you understand that what we have here then is we have a process that at least we know was ongoing in public view from October of 2020. Do you remember that?
I do.
Until here we are, April 13, 2022, a year and a half plus later. Does it sound about right?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, yes.
So that's a year and a half period of time that the flood maps that were related to this project that we're here to talk about today were published to the public, right?
Yes.
And available for comment.
Yeah, based on what you're showing me, yes.
Well, I mean, based upon the FEMA website pages
Yes.
you're looking at,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. If you look at exhibit number 29, do you recognize that slideshow? I'll scroll through it for
I
you.
do.
you recognize that?
I do.
And that is the presentation deck or series of slides that was used in front of, or I think, well, first of all, that you provided to the CCREDC, right?
That's correct.
And I believe you provided it on December 5th, 2023.
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And do you see that this page we're looking at, the second slide on exhibit number 29, do you see that it is, at least the right-hand page, has the same title as the exhibit number 6?
I do.
Except for, you know, that, because it's been the subject of a lot of controversy, and obviously when you look at it, the dates have been removed on exhibit number 29 on the right-hand portion of slide 2, right? The release dates.
The dates are not removed.
Let me ask you, were they hidden?
They were not hidden.
Were they secreted?
No,
Were they covered up?
no.
Were they covered up?
What I've been asked about this, and so I'm going to respond to what happened here.
No,
So
the question is, were they covered up?
this was brought to my attention during the process of the approval of before the second council vote on this. It was brought to my attention that these dates did not appear on the slide. I was asked what happened. Upon being notified for the first time of being made aware of this,
When was?
this was I was made notified of this, that the dates did not appear on the slideshow by the city manager in his conference room, and was asked what happened here. I honestly did not know at the time what had happened. I did not have an answer for this because I didn't truthfully know what the cause of that was. I did go back and investigate what had transpired here, and it appears that it was just a formatting error of some sort, an accidental formatting error. It was nothing more, nothing less. Again, I would also, for the record, state that those dates are purely the release date, and the date there is purely a reference to the date that that press release was released. And if you went and looked at that, it was on, as you said, it was available to the public. That date, if you reference that date and you went back and looked at it, again, the dates just reference when the press release was released. The release number also references the press release itself. Again, the pertinent and material information that was being conveyed in that slide is there. It's not been hidden. The date that was corroborated to, I can't see it anymore, Doug, because it came off, but if you go back and you look at my presentation for the Type B that I believe was in December, where this slide was put up, I make mention of the preliminary maps in my statements. I mentioned that the FEMA, which is tied to the material aspects of that slide, we're stating that the maps will become adopted by the city. I can't see it anymore. Can you pull it back up before I think it's important for me to talk about the context of that slide. It is part of my response because it's the pertinent information is there. Again, I would clearly state that it's...
Wait for him to ask another question.
Okay. So on this slide, it says the FEMA flood maps become effective for use in the city of Corpus Christi development on October the 13th, 2022, which is what we were being asked to comply with. Again, on this slide, it says the new flood maps have been finalized and will become effective on October the 13th, 2022. Again, the dates that are not showing on this slide are immaterial to the point that is trying to be made. This press release had, at that point in time when we were sitting in this chair giving this presentation of the Type B, this press release had been out 18 months before that, and the city had already approved an ordinance on October the 11th, I believe, that made these maps effective a whole year before we're sitting there giving this presentation. So again, the notion that those dates that do not show up on this slide, which is an image, is, again, this is for public record. It's not a official FEMA document, as I think it's been referred to as. Again, those dates, it was a formatting error, and again, there was no intention to deceive anybody. I can sit here truthfully and say that. It just simply was a formatting error. We're putting slides together, we're moving things around, there's layers. I was not aware that that had transpired, again, until somebody brought it up to me almost 2 years later. And again, any assertion that there was an intent to deceive or that we purposefully did this, it's again, what didn't happen. It was not our intent to do that on purpose. And so therefore, again, I would make the statement that this is not materially important to what we were trying to convey. Again, it's a press release. It's not an official FEMA map or something of that nature, which I think has been pseudo alluded to. So I hope that answers your question, even though I think that you said you didn't ask that question, but that's my answer.
Do you know the Shakespeare saying that corresponds that with the statement, guilty people protest too much?
I'm not familiar with Shakespeare, and I'm not.
You've never heard the phrase, I think thou dost protest too much?
I'm not going to answer that. I'm not sure that's a real question. It's more of a,
Do you remember what my question was?
can you repeat your question?
Do you remember what it was?
No, I do not.
I'm asking you a very specific question. Were the dates intentionally covered?
They were not.
Okay. Were the dates intentionally hidden?
They were not.
Were the dates intentionally secreted?
No, they were
Were
not.
the dates, was anything done to conceal or hide the dates so that the viewer would not have them on the screen when you did the presentation?
They were not intentionally, no.
They were not what?
Intentionally, no. They were not.
Nobody did an intentional act to do it?
No.
You're saying it was just some inadvertent formatting error?
That's what I said.
For that slide where you can't see the date, are you telling me that the fact that you cannot see the date was something that occurred inadvertently?
That is what I'm saying, yes. That is what I'm saying, yes.
That it was accidental?
That I am saying that, yes.
Are you the person, though, who created that slide?
I am.
Okay. And are you the person who emailed it to the CCREDC?
I was.
And did you intend for the CCREDC to rely on that slide?
I sent it as for their use in preparing whatever presentation they were going to be making and use it as they saw fit.
In support of the project?
In support of the project as part of their presentation.
And you used that same slide without the April dates on it during the Type B presentation, right?
I did not. The EDC, again, was running the slideshow and presented, but we were there speaking.
Yeah, you were speaking while the slide was up on the screen, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that same slide without the dates was on the screen in front of Type B while you were speaking, right?
That's correct.
And did you intend for them to rely on it?
On the material aspects of that slide, yes.
Okay. And did you also know that that same slide without the April dates was used at the first reading in front of the Corpus Christi City Council, right?
I am aware that they used it.
Do you believe that presentation was given for the purpose of the City Council relying upon the information being conveyed to them?
I believe that they used it with their intent to present the project.
Yeah. And support the project? They were recommending at that time it get passed. That's supporting the project, right?
Yes.
When was the first time you imagined that you might do a hotel project?
It would have been late July or that August of 2022 we started kicking around the idea.
Okay, and it's reflected, I'm sure you know the slide. The slide says July of 2022. Are you saying that's untrue?
No, I'm saying that's around that time frame.
Okay. Before today, have you had an opportunity to read the deposition of Peter Zanoni?
I have glanced through it, yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review the deposition of Heather Holbert?
I have.
And also Mike Culbertson?
Yes, I have. I've
Okay.
looked through them.
Do you see that that is the penal code of the state of Texas? You can read that, right?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay, and it's for the offense under Chapter 32 of fraud. Do you see that? Do you see where it reads Chapter 32 fraud?
Objection form. I'm going to instruct you not to answer any questions about the statute.
May I make
Can you read it?
No.
No, I mean, it's
May I make it be heard for a second? I just want to make sure the record is clear that the objections that are leveled during this deposition are not, the mayor's counsel was not making those objections. They're objections by Mr. Ramirez's personal counsel. I just want to make sure the record's clear in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank
Noted.
you. I apologize for the interruption.
Thank you.
Are you capable of reading it?
I'm not going to let him answer any questions about this now.
Do you understand that I've asked you if you're capable of reading the words Chapter 32 for all that are on the screen in front of you? Do you understand the question?
And again, I'm instructing you not to answer any of these questions about this statute.
Are you refusing to answer?
He's listening to his lawyer. Are you
I'm
gonna
listening to my
listen
lawyer,
me?
yeah.
Are you going to refuse to answer based on legal advice?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Everybody's talking at the same time there. Now he understands. Are you refusing to answer?
The advice of my counsel, yes. I am.
Okay. Section 32.21 says forgery. For purposes of this section, forge means to alter, make, complete, execute, or authenticate any writing so that it purports to be the act of another who did not authorize that act. Did I read that correctly? Did I read that correctly?
The advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer.
Okay. Yeah, that section continues to read, to have been executed at a time or place or in a numbered sequence other than was in fact the case. Did I read that correctly?
The advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay. And then the next subsection says to be a copy of an original when no such original exists. Did I read that correctly?
The advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
The second definition says forge means to issue, transfer, register the transfer of, pass, publish, or otherwise utter a writing that is forged within the meaning of subsection A. Did I read that correctly?
The advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
Or forge can also mean, according to this, to possess a writing that is forged within the meaning of paragraph A with intent to utter it in a manner specified in paragraph B. Did I read that correctly?
The advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question. At the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
Subsection B says, and this is still under the heading of forgery, says a person commits an offense if he forges a writing with intent to defraud or harm another. Did I read that correctly?
The advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
If you look at section E1, if it is shown on the trial of an offense under this section that the actor engaged in the conduct to obtain or attempt to obtain a property or service, an offense under this section is, then I'm going to skip down to 7, a felony of the first degree if the value of the property or service is $300,000 or more. Did I read that correctly?
At the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
Can we agree that the $2 million request you were making with this process that went through CCR EDC and Type B board and then in front of City Council was for an amount more than $300,000?
Doug, if you ask him another question about this, I'm going to end the deposition. So
It's $2 million more than $300,000.
we're ending the deposition.
Oh.
We're ending the deposition. It's over.
Okay.
You asked him another question.
We have to have all sides agree to go off the record.
I'm going to play a portion of the deposition and ask if your recollection is the same in terms of sequencing that Mr. Culbertson stated.
Okay.
Of events is you told you had some. So you think the sequence of events is you told you had some conversation where they want $2 million,
Right,
and you're telling them it has to fit infrastructure.
correct.
And then do you think the sequence is, and then they came up with this FEMA plan concept?
I do not know the actual thing, but that sounds like it would fall into place, yes.
That seems like the likely sequence
Scenario.
of events.
Yes.
And do you understand the sequence that he lays out in terms of how he thinks or remembers the series of events?
All he said was that, can you play it again, please? Can I
Sure.
hear it again?
So you think the sequence of events is you had some conversation where they want $2 million,
Right,
and you're telling them it has to fit infrastructure?
correct.
And then do you think the sequence is, and then they came up with this FEMA plan concept?
I do not know the actual thing, but that sounds like it would fall into place, yes.
That seems like the likely sequence
Scenario.
of events.
Yes.
And in that clip, he says the sequence is, you guys, the applicant wanted 2 million. You all discussed that it had to have an infrastructure component, and then the FEMA idea came up. Do you agree with what he just said?
No, I don't.
Here's Exhibit 10 for you. Because you knew you couldn't get behind it without there being some infrastructure tie-in.
Correct.
And you couldn't get type B money in your mind unless there was a infrastructure tie-in.
That's correct.
When you were having those conversations, well, it sounds like these conversations were directly between you and Philip.
They were probably between Philip and Randy, and I was kept apprised.
Okay.
Or it may have happened the very first time we met about it. You know, they came to the office and we talked about it, and I said it has to be tied to infrastructure.
You told that directly to Philip?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you in any way, shape, or form mean or suggest that the need for an infrastructure tie-in justified altering a federal document?
No.
Would you have ever tolerated that?
No.
I mean, you would have screamed bloody murder, I think, at him.
That's correct. I would not have let it go forward.
In that clip, he says that if it didn't have infrastructure, then they couldn't get behind it. I'm quoting him.
Okay.
Do you agree with that or not?
I actually don't agree with that.
In that clip, he says that there would be no type B money if it did not have infrastructure. Do you agree with that?
I don't.
I'm going to show you now exhibit number 19. You recognize this as it's got a cover memo and then
do.
has your application.
Yes.
And in the application, do you see that there's a certification?
I do.
And did you sign that certification?
I did.
And did you do that, do you think, on or about September 27, 2023?
Yes.
And I'll tell you, that's the date I gave you earlier in terms of when the application.
Right.
And did you swear as part of this application process that the information you were providing to the CCREDC was true and correct?
I'm instructed not
By
to answer.
counsel, I'm not going to
So,
answer that question.
This is exhibit number 11. And in this October 2023, November 2023 timeframe, the reason that they were articulating to you for their ask of $2 million was to address changes in FEMA.
Yes, I would say that's correct.
Changes in the FEMA rules.
Right.
And specifically, changes in the floodplain for FEMA.
Yes.
Do you agree with Mike Culberson that the reason for the $2 million ask was for changes in the FEMA rules relating to floodplain?
I would agree that with Mike that it was one aspect of the FEMA floodplain was one aspect of our request.
In the actual application that you certified, didn't you sign your name to the statement that this requirement places our current project site within the newly defined FEMA AE flood zone that encompasses parts of the downtown and has added substantial unexpected infrastructure costs to the project, which were not expected at the onset of the project? Did you say that?
It does, yes.
Okay, in that one sentence, you said twice that the FEMA rules were unexpectedly giving increased cost to your project, right?
That's correct, yes.
Having heard me just read what you said, the sentence that says unexpected twice?
Yes.
those flood maps, FEMA maps, there's a link provided to them if you look at exhibit number 4,
Right.
back in October of 2020, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
To the preliminary maps, I would state.
Yeah, they gave you years to
Okay.
prepare for it, right?
Okay.
Correct?
They were out. I acknowledge that they were out for a couple of years before that. Yes.
Okay. And just so we have it, Elevate QOF LLC, that is, I think, the company that is building or owning the project, I guess?
That's correct.
And who are the partners in that?
I am only aware of Devin and I. I think there are other limited partners I can't speak to. I'm not aware of that.
You don't know who your partners are?
No, not in some of that.
In fact, I think you're the managing partner.
I am.
But are you telling me you may have other partners in it?
There may be. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
I do not know.
And you were the one who was actually doing the speaking at the Type B board meeting, right?
I think Devin and I both spoke. I think there. Yes, in this meeting, yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, but in fairness to you, and it'll take a moment, but I'm going to play it for you so you can see it. Have you looked at it recently?
I have seen it. I don't recall the last time I looked at it, but I'm familiar with the video, yes.
Okay, in fairness to you, I'm going to play it for you.
Well, first of all, Madam Chair, thank you, and board members, thank you all for having us here today. I'm Philip Ramirez, and with me I have my partner, Devin Bhakta. As you all well know, and if seen this project, we're super excited about this opportunity that we have here in our downtown environment to develop a mixed-use project. I know in the interest of time, I'll spare you all the gory details of kind of sort of Devin and I's backgrounds within this community, but rest assured we're obviously members of this community. We've been here a long time and have been advocates towards downtown development and just overall growth of our community for a long time. And what I can tell you is that while we've been advocates of that, I never really thought I'd be sitting here today as one of the people sitting here actually doing the downtown development. That wasn't really part of in the cards at the time. So again, it's been an interesting ride since we both kind of got together and put our proverbial money where our mouth is and acquire property downtown. As y'all well know, it was a fairly blighted block. Honestly, it was right at the heart of our downtown from kind of my urban planning side of things. You know, that block really sits at the core of our downtown. Obviously, we have lots of investment that's been made over the years. Lomax has obviously been fantastic about just, you know, making sure that our downtown stays as vibrant as it can. But this block has been vacant for quite a period of time, and there's been some various businesses, y'all, a decade ago at least, remember it as some nightclubs and things of that nature. And there's been some fits and starts for that project, all of the various properties, but it was vacant. And so we saw an opportunity, again, right in the heart of our downtown to try to do something good for our downtown. And so the project went through some evolutions. We first were looking at some housing and some mixed use aspects were a possible tie-in to the university and providing some things there. The numbers just, you know, didn't end up working out, and we ended up looking at this project as a hotel. And so plan is 127 room Hilton Homewood Suite, so it's a flagged hotel. We have a variety of rooms. Our clientele that we're really looking towards is a young professional, whether they be in the medical or industrial fields. I mean, that's really, is an upper scale extended stay. And we have a couple of amenities that are tied within the hotel itself that are part of this request as well. So on the first floor, we decided, in order to be the best stewards of our downtown frontage, was to put the hotel entrance along Lomax, which is kind of your secondary street, and utilize, rather than putting more hotel rooms or kind of trying to do our best to maximize as many rooms as we could get, we chose to make sure that we provided an opportunity where other projects in the past have not, that were newer, to provide some true mixed use aspect where there's going to be a first level retail restaurant space, which is really at the human scale. And so the hotel will also have a rooftop bar, which is planned, that will be tied through the hotel, but we'll also have some Topgolf swing suites. And so, again, it's a vibrant project that we feel will really transform that area of our downtown and our core of downtown by, number one, providing more people in that area to frequent the businesses and other areas, restaurants and all the variety of development that's happened around there, but also just to bring more and more activity and more amenities for people that want to come here and have more choices to stay. Next slide. So again, went through a little bit of the project information from a timeline perspective, and again, I mentioned that we originally were planning this as a mixed-use development. And then looking at the kind of rental rates in the area as apartments and things of that nature, looking at kind of a brand new construction, the numbers just didn't pencil out. So that's when Devin, being an expert in the hotel business, was like, hey, you know, why don't we reconsider this, retool this, let's still do something. This land is still sitting here vacant, we still want to do something. And that's how we came up with this concept. And so back in July of 22, Devin had approached Hilton, the rep, and we were able to secure this flag. They looked at the property, they looked at kind of a concept that we had come up with for the project, and they said, yeah, this looks great. And so we were able to secure that flag and start moving forward with some initial project funding from an equity perspective, and start budgeting the project and start building the pro forma. That was all on his end, more so than mine. One of the interesting things is we started having some discussions with the city, obviously, about what does it take to develop this property. It's something I'm fairly familiar with, going through it in my day-to-day business. And so we started laying out the project, and seemed to be going well. But the one thing that came up that we were not anticipating, and I know that's been somewhat discussed, is that, you know, the city did the FEMA maps where they were preliminary, but they became finalized and adopted as part of the process for the city. In order to get a building permit, we needed to comply with the new FEMA requirements that came into effect on October the 13th. And so it's kind of hit us midstream. I think some of y'all are aware of that and probably have gotten briefed by Randy on some of that. So it threw us for a little bit of a loop for some aspects of the project that we weren't planning on. We were just kind of planning on a normal commercial project that, you know, Devin has built, I've built, and it was pretty predictable, but it did certainly throw a wrinkle and an aspect to the project from a constructability perspective, but also just some added costs that we weren't anticipating when we first started moving forward with the project. Next slide, Randy. So we had to do some things, obviously, to mitigate these new requirements. Without getting into the overall gory details, we had to elevate the first floor of the building. We had to provide some floodproofing. We had to provide some new infrastructure from AEP's perspective. We weren't able to tie into an existing transformer that existed across the street because now it was under the floodplain. So there were some requirements and parameters that we certainly didn't anticipate, but as the project developed, we were working with the city and development services and Yvette somewhere with regards to our flood requirements. And so working through those aspects, it just kind of sort of the project evolved a little differently than we had initially anticipated. And so certainly we wanted to be good stewards and comply with all these things. And so we did what we had to do, basically, to keep the project moving forward and continue to design it in a manner that met the requirements. Next slide, Randy. Again, one of the other aspects that we decided to build into this project is this lease space that you see along the Chaparral Street. So this is fronting Chaparral and provides approximately about 7,500 square feet of available lease space that we currently envision. This will have, 20-foot high concrete ceilings and structural concrete first floor, so it's built to last. It'll provide lots of volume for a really kind of an urban space that you would see, walking off the street, being able to walk into full glass. It's a modern kind of environment that you would see in a lot of other downtowns that you may have been in, where you can imagine a nice restaurant and a live bar there, and just kind of a happening scene. And so we decided to move forward with this because we felt like it was really imperative to add to the streetscape at an urban scale. We're trying to, this is part of, we talked to Alyssa a lot about kind of sort of what does it take to continue to make our downtown vibrant, and this is one of those pieces. And we've had the Lomaxes, they're fully aware of our project, so they've been very supportive, even knowing that, hey, at the end of the day there might be another restaurant here, but they've been very supportive of all of this, and so we're thankful for their support, even through the Historic Commission vote, where we're moving to demolish the old buildings. But another unique thing is we're providing out here, as you can kind of see, I know the image is a little blurry, but off of the back of this lease space, we're also providing some outdoor dining. Part of it will be covered, but part of it will be open air, and we have some renderings I'll show you in a moment. But that also adds another interesting dynamic that's not kind of currently a lot in downtown, to where you're usually, we have a great environment and you have tourists, and so being able to eat where you're not off the street, or you're not getting kind of blown away by the wind or even shaded from the sun or the rain, but having that availability to have kind of an indoor-outdoor dining experience would be something that's unique and a little bit more different in our downtown environment. So that obviously kind of made the project a little nicer, and we really wanted to try to kind of keep in that theme of making the project as nice as we could, really. I mean, within the framework of what we can do within our available budget. And so, Randy, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. This is a rendition of kind of what we envision that environment to be. So you can see kind of on the right-hand side, you have a kind of a covered pergola, and there's a little lawn there that's in an urban environment. Hilton had certain standards of what we had to provide for an outdoor barbecue, and there's a little lawn that you can have some yard games and some fire pits out there. So that's what you see to the right. But on the left-hand side, you can see this outdoor dining environment, and that's part of it's covered, as I mentioned, and then you have these nice storefront windows where you can kind of see through, and there's windows on the other side, so when you're walking down the street, you kind of see, and then you can see some dining back there, and you've got this nice little courtyard. So it creates a really, I think, synergistic environment where I feel like it could be a great addition to our downtown environment by adding some more business footprint, adding some more traffic, and just another place of variety that our guests, but also anybody visiting the downtown would be able to enjoy. Next slide, Randy. And then just a couple of other images. This is a rendition of what the hotel will look like from the street. This is a Chaparral Street elevation. We also have the rooftop bar, which you can see up on the very top. We have some great water views. We are stepped back a little bit. It's not a true waterfront property, but you should have some great views of the water from the 5th floor up rooftop bar. Go ahead, Randy. Next slide. This is a rendition of what this block will look like as the hotel comes to completion. It is really transforming that entire block. As you well know, A&M Corpus Christi has bought the building next door and is working on current renovations. The first phase is getting ready to start construction right after the first of the year, which will be an art gallery on the first floor. But it really does change the dynamics of that block, and really does provide an anchor for which we're hoping that additional development can thus spring forth. Again, we are coming to you to ask for the funds that we've requested. A part of that funding is due to the unanticipated aspects of kind of the infrastructure that we've had to build out in order to mitigate the floodplain issues. The other part is to help us build out the amenities on the first floor in order to try to keep our overall costs down to where we can make the rent manageable for another local purveyor, in a sense. And so while that's not, there's infrastructure costs for all of that can be equated, but really our main goal in this is to keep our costs down to where we're building a new Class A space in downtown Corpus Christi, which hasn't been done in quite some time, that's available for lease for a purveyor to come in and provide a restaurant or retail or whatever it may be. And those costs, we're hoping we can offset and keep them down low enough where somebody can actually make it, rather than, the true cost of construction down there obviously is with this new Class A spaces, could be pretty expensive. And so we're, hoping that globally, as you look at it, the overall project, while this is a fairly large ask for the incentive, but I mean, you look at it globally, the size of the project being, north of $30 million, we have our TERS money that we've also been into consideration, but we really did, this hotel's not built out of wood, it's built out of steel. First floor is concrete plinth, and so cast in place concrete. You can
imagine those kind of nice 20-foot tall ceilings, but then the conventional construction that we normally would build a hotel out of is wood. You see that, going on a lot. But being in a downtown environment, trying to create something that's going to be lasting and commensurate with the other commercial construction in the area. Cosmopolitan to the right was built out of wood, and it's showing some age now, but it's a fairly new building, relatively speaking. But we felt like we really wanted to make sure that the project overall is going to last and be a substantial addition to the overall downtown environment. So metal stud framing, all impact resistant windows. So we know that it's in a harsh environment and we have to survive on the coast and make sure that this building is something that's be substandard or make sure that it meets all of the local codes and requirements. But at the end of the day, really, I don't want to bore you all with any more facts, and we're certainly available to answer any questions. But at the heart of this is us two guys sitting here. At the end of the day, this is a big risk for both of us to come through. Devin certainly knows what he's doing on the hotel side, but at the end of the day, it's one of those things where it really is a catalyst type project in our downtown environment. Again, I do really think that this is the true core of our downtown, and I do believe that it will radiate out a lot of advantages to the surrounding properties, but also to our downtown. Is just getting more people down there, whether they be staying in the hotel or whether they be coming to the other amenities that we can offer. I think it's going to be a draw, and I think all of this just helps us become potentially more successful in our ability to make sure that the hotel works and that it's not something that we are like, man, what did we do? And at the end of the day, it's not been without its hiccups. It's not, again, we've had some surprises. We thought we had some underground gas tanks. We had to replat the property, which we knew we were going to have to do. But, it's development like anything else, and there's always surprises. But we've stayed committed and have continued to have it run its course, and really are looking forward to bringing it to fruition. And I certainly appreciate you guys' consideration in this. I know these decisions aren't easy, and you'll have a task in front of you all, but we would certainly hope that while it doesn't necessarily fit all of the normal parameters of some of the projects you would see, I think it is a true catalyst project that deserves a little bit of out-of-the-box thinking. I'm hopeful that we can see that there's a value in it overall in the downtown environment that'll be a great addition to the city. And so with that, I think I will stand by to answer any questions.
I didn't play the entire meeting, but I played you, and I wanted to not take anything out of context as we question or go through some questions and answers. Do you see that I played for you the entire, at least, presentation portion?
Yes.
Okay. And you were making that presentation, right?
That's correct.
And I have some quotes from what you said, and one of them is up on screen now, which is Exhibit 33, that you were referring to FEMA, kind of hit us midstream. It threw us for a little bit of a loop for some aspects of the project that we were not planning on. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And do you believe you said that to the board? I mean, it's in the presentation.
I think you're criticizing FEMA, but it says it kind of hit us midstream. Yes.
Yes. And then you also told the Type B board it did certainly throw a wrinkle and an aspect to the project from a constructability perspective, but also just an added cost that we were not anticipating when we first started moving forward with the project. Did you tell the Type B board that?
Yes, I did.
We had to elevate the first floor of the building. We had to provide some flood proofing. We had to provide some new infrastructure from AEP's perspective. We were not able to tie into an existing transformer that existed across the street because it was under the floodplain. Did you tell them that?
Yes.
And so really the point here so far is that the same FEMA pitch or presentation that you were making in order to get the $2 million in front of CCR EDC, you were still making that same FEMA pitch in front of the Type B board, correct?
That is correct.
But we do see that you used during the presentation the slide that did not have you cannot see the April dates, right?
I understand that, yes.
Okay. During this presentation, you mentioned the preliminary maps of FEMA, right?
I did.
And those were the maps we looked at earlier, which is Exhibit 4 that showed October, the release of those preliminary maps occurred in October of 2020, right?
Again, we did not look at any maps, but yes, the press releases stated that preliminary maps were available for review up to that point.
But when you're showing this screenshot with no April date visible, you knew that years earlier the preliminary maps had come out.
But we stated that we were aware of the preliminary maps at that point. At that point in time, at that juncture, yes, we were now aware.
At the time you presented this slide that doesn't show the April date that we're looking at on screen, you knew that the preliminary maps had been out for years. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
And although you referred to the preliminary maps, therefore indicating your knowledge,
Yes. At this point,
did you at that time, at any time during the presentation, tell the Type B board that the preliminary maps had been out for years and available for public view?
I did not.
During the presentation, did you in any way, shape, or form inform the Type B board about what we looked at a little bit earlier, the February 2021 information that the what were new back then floodplain maps from FEMA were open for comment? Did you inform them?
No, I did not.
In this same slide, do you see where it talks about reimagining the project, meaning the hotel, coming up with the idea of the hotel in July of 2022?
Yes.
And you understand that it is Mr. David's allegation that the reason they removed the April date is because it would have not fit the narrative of, hey, we didn't know when we reimagined it in July of 2022. Do you understand that allegation?
I understand that allegation. I categorically disagree with that.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 40.
Okay.
Do you see where it describes what the $2 million request is for?
I do. I see. This is a proposed ordinance. I do see that.
And I'm letting you know it is an internal city document.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And what I wanted to just confirm with you is that is matching up with the presentation slide, the FEMA presentation slide that we looked at that was used in front of Type B, correct?
I understand that. Yes.
And that it also matches up with the CCREDC documents at the time the CCREDC was involved, right?
Yes.
It's exhibit number 40. This is where we left off. The internal paperwork of the city demonstrates that they're still on the kind of the theme or the narrative of the $2 million being for FEMA. And I know that's 1.5 million out of the 2. Fair enough?
That's what this slide appears to be showing. Again, as I said before, we weren't involved in the crafting of this, but yes.
Right, but it's a carryover of the theme you did start back at the CCREDC, right?
This is what their agenda item is showing.
And then when you look at exhibit number 42, you're familiar enough with the city processes to know that they do an agenda memo, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And you see that this is the agenda memo for February 20, 2024. At that time, the anticipated meeting, second reading would have been February 27. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is exhibit number 42. And do you see that in the caption it says that, quote, for costs associated, that the $2 million is for, quote, costs associated with FEMA AE flood zone requirements? Do you see that?
I do see that.
And again, the $2 million is mentioned, and then on background facts it says, quote, on January 22, 2024, the Type B Corporation unanimously approved an agreement with Elevate QOF LLC for costs associated with FEMA AE flood zone requirements. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, and that obviously is contrary to what you're saying, right?
Again, it is
It's
mentioning,
contrary.
but yes.
Okay. And do you see that on February, for the memo for the February 20 city meeting, it says, quote, the grant request will be utilized for additional costs associated with newly defined Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, AE flood zone requirements that has added additional unexpected costs of $1,510,087.50 towards the project. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, so obviously, as on the run-up, the memo gets published ahead of the actual meeting, right?
It did.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
And so in the run-up to the February 20 City Council meeting, it's very clear that they're still tagging FEMA as the reason for the money ask, right?
This is what,
Correct?
this is what this agenda item shows. Again, I had no hand in crafting this, but that is what it
Yeah, that's what the
is
city
indicating.
documents show. Fair?
Yes.
And the reason that the supporting documents, you know what those are? Those are things that support giving you the $2 million, right?
That's what it states. It says list of supporting documents.
Right. And one of those supporting documents, do you see where it says PowerPoint presentation?
I do see that.
Okay, so one of the supporting documents so that you could have this first reading is what's shown as exhibit number 32 on your screen now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to come back to it in a second, but I do want to just clarify this. So the presentation that's listed by the city as supporting giving your group $2 million is this presentation that has the slide with the April dates missing. Do you see that?
The dates do not appear on the slide.
So you're agreeing with me, right?
They do not.
Objection.
So you do see that exhibit number 44 demonstrates, and it's on the video too, that this slide with the missing April date or not viewable April date, I'm trying to say it in a way we don't have to fight about it right now, you see that that was used during the presentation, right?
I do.
And do you see again that it's repeating the same narrative that the reason for the $2 million is basically for FEMA floodplain changes?
Again, I see that there.
We went through your application that you gave to the CCR EDC earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And the same narrative that's in that application about, remember the sentence that says unexpected twice in it and refers to the changes in FEMA rules?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, that same narrative is the same narrative that we see when you're actually speaking to the Type B board.
That's correct.
Do you see the same reasoning for the $2 million that you put in your application to the CCR EDC and you certified, you signed? Do you see that same reasoning reflected in the agenda item that is in front of you, that's Exhibit 43, and it's the agenda item for the $2 million to your project for the February 20th meeting? Do you see that it's the same?
Again, I can't speak to how this transpired.
Do you see that the wording on the February 20 agenda item is similar to what's in your application back in front of the CCR EDC?
It appears to be similar.
Do you see that the city's memo says that the reason the Type B unanimously approved the $2 million to your group was for, quote, costs associated to FEMA AE flood zone requirements? Do you see that?
I do.
And I said I'd come back to this. We're back here to exhibit number 44. Do you see that? It's the presentation that was used in front of the City Council on reading 1. Do you recognize that?
I recognize the images and portions of it, but again,
Okay. And you pointed out a moment ago, I think, that on slide 2, you can see on the right-hand side, we have the FEMA screenshot, the same one we saw and talked about earlier that you communicated to the CCR EDC on December 5th, we think, right?
that's correct.
But certainly when we look at this slide and the right-hand side of it, we do see use of similar website, FEMA website screenshot that was originally introduced by you to the CCR EDC.
Again, by the time.
Is that yes?
Yes, it is. It appears similar.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 51. Have you seen that before?
I don't believe I've seen this, no.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to read it. Go ahead, please. Tell me when you want me to scroll. Do you see that this is an email from my client, Mr. Ajit David, and that it is to Peter Zanoni, March 7, 2024?
I do see that.
And do you see that he has attached the right-hand part of the slide we've been talking about, slide 2, and put a big red circle on what are dates telling Peter this is the original slide online, but look, somebody's hidden is the word he uses in the email. Somebody's hidden them for the presentation. Do you see that?
That's what this email states.
Yes. And So the allegations that were really made in this lawsuit were made actually by Mr. David back in March of 2004, correct?
I understand that.
2004?
Sorry.
2024.
Yeah, 2004.
2024.
No, not
2024. So the same allegations that are being made in this lawsuit were made by Mr. Ajit David back in March of 2024, correct?
I understand that.
Mr. David, in this email back in March of 2024 says, take a closer look at the FEMA screenshot, right in this area. Take a closer look at the FEMA screenshot in the attached presentation. Every FEMA notice clearly has the release date and release number. Strangely, these are missing or hidden from the screenshot in the application. How did this disappear? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think that Mr. Zanoni has said this is what triggered the investigation. Does that make sense, or do you know?
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
But you did go into Peter Zanoni's office. He actually asked you to come into the office in person, right?
That's correct.
And when you walked into the meeting, what happened?
I walked in, the city attorney was there, present, which didn't know why he was there. Like I said, Sony was there, Peter was there, Devin was online, and the city manager proceeded to put the page from the slide that you're showing, that the dates do not show up, the April dates that you talk about, and the actual printout of the FEMA press release. Again, I'm going to keep reiterating, this is a press release, and essentially stated, and in so many words, essentially said this is, he wanted to know how this had transpired, how this had happened, how, again, Peter was very aggressive in his questioning of me. I told him, I don't know. What if I don't know? I don't have an answer for you right now. I don't. The city attorney was quick to be cognizant and careful of not accusing me of an actual crime, although Peter, I think, was definitely headed in that direction.
After Peter was, like you said, accusing you of a crime, you said he was aggressive, all of those things, right?
He was, yes.
Let's try not to speak at the same
Sorry.
time. It's not for me or you, it's for her.
I understand.
I got you.
I understand.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you told Peter you were going to go investigate it or try to figure out what happened.
That's right.
And you told us earlier that you were the one who created that slide and gave it to the CCR EDC, correct?
That's correct.
And was Devin Bhakta involved in that process at all?
No, he was not.
Of creating the slide?
No, he was not.
Was anyone else in your office involved in creating that slide?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You made a statement right now where you said you were not pulling the curtain over anybody's eyes. Do you remember using that phrase a moment ago?
I did.
You did, right?
I believe I just said that, yes.
Yeah, because you know that would be wrong to intentionally pull the curtain over somebody's eyes, right?
I do, yes.
You know that would be fraud, right?
I'm not answering that.
Do you know that it would be a crime to do that, to pull the curtain over the eyes of the city council and for the purpose of getting $2 million?
I'm going to instruct this witness not to answer that question. It's harassing, it's argumentative, and it's suggestive of a crime. It's also calls for a legal conclusion, which is inappropriate. So I'm going to instruct you not to answer.
Advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay. Is it fair to say that at the meeting with Peter that we've been talking about on April 8th and others, that you were stuttering or stammering?
I was caught unawares of this. I was being accused potentially of a crime that I did not commit by people and peers that I respected and would not have felt that they would have approached it in that manner. They would have been appropriate to ask questions, as were being asked. Asking the question was fine. The way that it was handled and the way that I was basically dressed down in front of people that I respected, including the city attorney accused of potential crimes, when there had not been any crime or any intent projected by me or anybody involved with this project at any point in time, was inappropriate. You've got to remember, again, as we discussed, the city is my client. I've got the city manager of this city accusing me of potential crime or some allegation thereof, which I did not ever do, had no knowledge of, had never heard, been accused of a crime ever before in my life other than a speeding ticket. And therefore, yes, it was a awkward situation that I did not anticipate. I was ambushed, as I mentioned. I had no foreknowledge that they were going to have an attorney present. I wasn't told that an attorney was going to be present, that I was going to be answering questions. I had no right to bring my own attorney. And so, yeah, I was surprised by it. I was.
5 times in that answer, I counted them, you said you felt you were accused of a crime. What crime?
It was not my statement. It was the statement made by the city manager.
Right, but you said, I believed I was being accused of a crime. What crime did you think you were being accused of?
Whatever he said at that moment. I don't know. I don't have a transcribe of that. He was just saying a crime could have been committed. He didn't get into elaborate. I don't recall what he...
He used the word crime with you?
I believe that he said there was a potential that there could have been crime or that there was a crime committed here. Again, I can't...
And they didn't
recall exactly every word that he was saying. It wasn't a recorded meeting, so.
Okay, it was a what?
It was not a recorded meeting, as far as I know.
But you don't know what crime they were accusing you of?
I think he said altering of a federal document or something to that effect. But again, I had no knowledge of that transpiring or anything like that. So again, that's his opinion. I would state for the record.
Okay, so he accused you of the crime of altering a federal document. That's what you just said.
Again, that was his allegation.
Okay. And did you think that, hey, first of all, given what you've told us today, I'm sure your testimony is you're thinking you're innocent, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you thinking you're innocent because you knew you had not intentionally moved anything around and because whatever happened was accidental? Is that what you're telling me?
All I know is that I didn't do anything intentionally to remove those dates or alter them or whatever it is that is alleged. No, there was no deliberate action taken on my part in the preparation of that.
Okay, you knew you were innocent because you didn't do anything to intentionally or deliberately cover or remove the dates. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And does the converse then is true? You recognize that if you had done something intentionally or deliberately, you understood that's the crime they were accusing you of?
Objection for him. Don't answer that.
I'm not going to answer that question. That's a speculation. I'm not going to get into that.
I'm not asking you to speculate.
At the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that.
I take it that your fingers on the keyboard?
Presenting and mouse, preparing the slideshow?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it would have been completed by me. Yeah, for using the mouse and the keyboard, and yeah.
I'm going to play Exhibit 64A for you, sir.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you if you agree or disagree. If you need me to replay it or portions of it, I will. Okay?
Okay.
So, Mr. Zanoni? And do you remember the upshot of that? The gist of it was that Philip was representing at the Type B board that the FEMA floodplain rules had recently changed.
Correct.
Do you agree with him that you represented that at the Type B board?
I did, yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you Exhibit 64.
The requested information I asked from...
Excuse me, let me let you know, this one's an audio recording only. It's not, it's a conversation between my client and Peter Zanoni.
Okay.
This one is longer, so I'm going to probably stop it at different times and ask you questions.
Okay.
Okay.
The applicant. I don't have that, but they haven't given it to me. And so until then, I'm not giving any recommendation. I'm putting it on the agenda. I was asked to, so you can consider it. You have to come up with your own recommendation.
Got it. But you did mention, you did let the city council know that there were some some improper information, some tampering and all that involved also. You let them know?
I let them know, and we're going to...
At any time when you were in your discussions with Peter Zanoni, did you talk about whether or not Peter was going to let the city council know?
I do not recall.
He was letting them know, the council know, according to this, about whatever his opinion was. Fair?
That's what his statement was.
Well, and when he was in the room with you, what Peter was, you said, accusing you of was a crime, right?
Again, he made allegations. That was his opinion.
Let me keep playing it, and this is the continuation of the same conversation, just so you know.
Executive session. I already have an executive session posted.
Okay. Peter, when does executive session happen? Does it happen towards the end or?
No, during when we break for lunch, most likely. I can't remember how many items are on there, but probably on the first break, the lunch break, so like
Is it
2:30. Yeah.
Okay, is it after public comment or before?
Oh yeah, no, it's after public comment.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, after public comment.
Yeah, I was just a little surprised that council is still willing to consider this after they know what was done. And on that website, on the FEMA website, it even says this is a United States government portal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you agree that it is a United States government portal?
Objection form. Don't answer that.
I can't, I'm not speculating on that. I can just say that we took a screenshot.
Don't answer
That's
that
it.
question. Okay.
Do you agree that the screenshot came off of a federal website?
It did come off of a federal website.
Okay.
On the very top.
Yeah, definitely. Right, it was altered. And then when you read the entire...
Did you hear right there, Peter Zanoni said it was altered? Did you hear that?
That appears to be what he said, yes.
Do you agree with him?
Again, I've given my explanation previously about what transpired. Alteration, no. Again,
Okay.
I disagree with that.
It's so obvious that the reader or the writer wanted one to be led to believe that the FEMA was just recent, even words like recently released and this and that. And part of it goes back to the narrative. Mike Culbertson said, hey, we can't, this has to be tied to infrastructure. And so then they catch the scheme that, okay, FEMA floodplain, that's infrastructure.
Let's stop it there. Did you hear Mr. Zanoni talking about that? And you realize this is during the period where he's doing the investigation, right? Correct?
You gotta say yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. And do you hear him characterize it as what we see here is someone, presumably you, since you told me he accused you of a crime, hatching a scheme with the federal, with the narrative that it was a recent FEMA change? Did you hear that?
I heard him say that.
Do you agree with it?
I do not agree with that.
I'm going to continue playing the audio.
Okay.
Fixing the bottom floor so it meets the floodplain, and they stuck with it.
Got it.
And then they develop a narrative to fit it that they just found out, because people would say like, shit, they should have known about this a long time ago.
Yes.
Like Councilman Hunter. So I think, Ajit, I think people right now, the council right now, seem like they're strong and are going to vote, but we've seen it time and again that once one or two or more start talking at the council on citizens, they change their mind real quick.
Yeah.
They could ram it through, but it's on them. I know I'm not recommending it because I don't have the information I need.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the cover. Even if they sent something that said, this is what happened, okay, I'll believe you. I'll put it on. But they haven't even sent me shit, and instead they want my lawyer to send them what I asked for them over an hour, and I'm not doing that. So, so if council asks me between now and next Tuesday, my answer is this, which is that I can't recommend anything because I'm still waiting on information to develop a recommendation. However, because the council wanted this on the agenda for them to consider, it's on, and you all consider what you want to do. And the applicants are supposed to be in the room. You can ask them.
That's right. And how difficult would this be? If you ask somebody, hey, we're going to give you $2 million, just give an explanation for this. And if they're not in a position to give that to you, the council still wants to give them $2 million. When you ask for $2 million, the least you can do is, hey, just give us an explanation and the money is yours. But even that is not happening.
Right, exactly. As of right now, that's not happening. But the vote will be not tomorrow, but the next Tuesday. This is going to be the vote.
No problem. But anyways, I think, if you think it's okay, at least, in that way, you're clear in your stance. It's going back to council, so no one can blame you for that because you did the right thing. You did not really recommend council to approve it.
Right. I changed the recommendation of that because that's what it had initially. I'm like, I'm not approving this. I'm not recommending to approve this.
Got it.
I'm recommending they can consider it. That means they consider what they want to do. Look at any other agenda memo on the council meeting, and it always says that they should always say staff recommends blank. Yes, no. That's our job. Otherwise, you don't need us. But in this case, and very few exceptions, if we don't agree with the council, I'm not going to follow my sword for that shit. I asked those guys to give me information. They didn't give it, so I can't make a recommendation. But because our form of government, there's 3 ways you can get something on the agenda.
Sure.
In this case, the majority of the council, or at least 3 council members, want it on the agenda. Okay, I'll put it on the agenda. You guys figure it out.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I bet you it's more than likely it's Roland and the mayor, and maybe Dan Suckley also will be in support. But that's okay. That's fair.
They told me 7. Somebody told me today there's 7 yeses and only 2 no's.
No problem.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Okay, Peter, I get an idea.
Okay.
So I'll just stop by tomorrow.
Make sure you do what
Yes, sir.
my position was, because I'm not recommending it, but I'm putting it on them to consider.
No problem, Peter.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Will do.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
Take care,
Thanks,
Peter.
Steve.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, yes.
Did you hear in the recording with Peter that he said multiple times, I think 5, but multiple times, he's not going to recommend it now?
I did hear that.
And did you hear at least twice where he says, I don't have the information I need, that I've asked for information and they haven't gotten it for me yet? That the gist of that?
I did hear that.
And in his testimony, I think he's made it very clear that the information he was waiting on was an explanation from you with regard to how the slide, I'm just going to use his word, I know you disagree, but his word was altered. He was waiting on that information from you, right?
He had requested that information, yes.
Okay, and between the date of your meeting, which is April 8th, we believe, and April 15th, that's about a week, did you get him that information?
No, I believe we responded to him via a letter, or to his staff via a letter from our attorneys.
Okay, you hired a lawyer, you lawyered up, right?
We did.
Between April 8th and April 15th, did you provide Mr. Zanoni with an explanation about how the April dates, it's in 2 locations, how those dates were no longer visible on the slide?
We did not provide that, no.
Okay. Between April 8th and the time of the second reading, which is April 23rd, did you ever provide Peter or anyone with the city an explanation about why those dates were no longer on the slide?
We did.
Who did you provide it to?
Just not to Peter.
Pardon?
Just not to Peter.
If I'm understanding some of what you're saying here today,
Yes.
between April 8 and the vote on April 23rd, that in that window of time you spoke to several, and it sounds like all council members,
That's correct.
including the mayor.
It would have been including the mayor, yes.
Okay. And that you explained to them that that was inadvertent, accidental, not intentionally done, whatever words you've used today to describe it, something along those lines.
Yes, that would be accurate, yes.
This is Exhibit 67. You recognize that as Heather?
There's Heather and Peter.
Right, and I'll give you a little bit of context here. We did Heather's first deposition, and then we played it, and you can see Peter watching it while we played it, just like we're doing here today, and then he comments on it.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So listen to hers, and then I think essentially that Peter's agreeing with it. But I'll let you be the judge of that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. It's exhibit number 67.
The scheme is the tampering with the United States federal portal, right?
Yes.
To get $2 million, and correct?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what your investigation found?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you see that in Heather's testimony? She's saying that in her investigation, she did find that there was this tampering with the federal document. Did you hear that?
That's what she appears to be saying. I'm not aware of Heather's investigation,
but she had the benefit, obviously, of going to the meetings you told us where you did the full brief denying it all, right?
She, I think, was in at least one of them.
Okay.
Yes.
And so she would have heard your full side of the story as part of her effort to find out what happened, right?
She would have at least been present at those meetings, whether or not she heard all of it. I can't speculate on what she did or didn't. That's what she said.
But she didn't keep you from providing information at those meetings, did she?
No.
And you see that she is concluding in her investigation that it was a federal document that was tampered, right?
I can't speculate on that. That's what she appears to be saying.
Do you agree with her testimony that a federal document
No.
was tampered?
Objection point, don't answer that either.
He's already answered.
I'm not answering.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to continue to play.
Okay.
This is Exhibit 68. The recorded statement between you and my client and her trying to understand what was being said in that discussion, right?
Correct.
And then at the end, her testifying that what you said in that conversation was consistent with what she found in the investigation.
Correct.
Okay. And I think that really the point of it was that she listened to the description that is in the recording about it being a scheme, that it was basically cooked up in order to have a basis for getting the $2 million, and that her investigation confirmed that, right?
Correct.
Did you hear Mr. Zanoni's testimony?
I just heard what you were saying, and he just said yes.
Do you agree that you cooked up a scheme to get the $2 million?
I do not.
Here's exhibit number 2. I also showed you my screen, which had the actual statute language as I was reading along, so you got to see it too.
Yes.
And she obviously testified that what occurred in her view here met the definition, the penal code definition of forgery, right?
Correct.
Do you agree with her?
I agree with her.
Yeah. Did you hear that testimony referring to Heather Holbert and her testimony, first of all? Did you hear the testimony from Mr. Zanoni after seeing or walking him through the penal code statute that he agreed with Heather that there had been a crime committed according to the statute?
On the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
This is Exhibit 3. The comments from Sony even was, to my client, was even that you had told some members of council, hey, don't touch this, something along those lines. Did you do that?
I can't recall if I said that exactly, but I would, let me think how I can say this here. Given what we knew at the time, given the fact that it appeared a federal law had been broken, I wouldn't consider it yet. I wouldn't have put it on the agenda. I wouldn't have voted on it if I was a council member.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have wanted to.
Yeah. Were you able to hear Mr. Zanoni's testimony?
I did.
And do you understand his testimony that based on the investigation, it was determined that a federal law had been broken?
With the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer the question.
But in front of you, exhibit number 30, do you see that slide deck?
I do.
On the screen, do you see the feature text box?
I do.
Do you know how to use that feature?
I've used it before, yes.
Okay. You know, when you click on it, I'm going to do one click, and I'm going to count clicks while we do this. You understand what I mean when I say clicks, right?
Okay.
That's how many motions on the keyboard, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to click text. And then come down to the body of it. Do you see how I click text and it gives you a text box?
That's correct.
You're familiar with that process, right?
I am.
And do you see how then you can adjust the text box to include words like I just did to show FEMA inside the box?
Yes.
And that's a second click, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, for what your action, the way you're going about it.
And then you can click on fill the shape, right? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
And that allows you to put color inside the box, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
So I'm going to click on it. That's a third click, and it went to red because that's the color that was there. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes?
Yes.
Do you know how to do all those things on your computer?
I do.
And then if you want to choose the color of the fill, you see how I chose it again, and I'm going to click on white?
I do.
And do you know how to do that feature on your computer?
Yes, I do.
And do you see how it made the contents inside the box white?
I do.
And do you see that by doing that, it has obscured the word FEMA that we put inside the box?
I do see that.
Another way of saying it would be that it has hidden the word FEMA from view, right?
Yes.
Another way of saying it is that it has concealed the word FEMA, right?
That's correct.
Another way of saying it is that it has, if somebody were looking for the word FEMA, it would have pulled the curtain over their eyes, right?
I'm not going to respond to that, but.
And then I have to do a fifth click to remove the box, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That's correct.
All of those things are skill set that you have personally, right?
I would have done that before, yes, in previous slideshows, yes.
And that takes 5 intentional keystrokes, right?
In order to create that box or effect, yeah, it's what you just showed.
5 deliberate keystrokes, right?
They're intentional to the point of whatever you're trying to show there.
Can we agree it takes 5, whether you call it intentional or deliberate keystrokes, in order to cover the word FEMA?
I'm not going to answer that question.
That's Exhibit 30, and I'm going to reopen it, okay? And on this screen page that we've looked at several times, do you see how, if I click on it, it gives me a box?
I do.
And do you see how that box, and I know you're familiar with the, give me just a second here. Now I have on screen the original FEMA screenshot, right?
I understand, yes.
And you see that the box that is on the original that we're seeing in front of you, where it says release date and April 13, 2022, and then release number R6-009. Do you see that?
I do.
And so it's really a date, a release number, the words release date, and the words release number that we see on this original.
I understand.
And we also see where below that it says release date again, April 13, 2022, in a different location, right?
Right, but to be clear, those are the release dates of the press release itself, correct? And the R6009 is the release number of the press release, not referring to any other document.
And the items we just talked about that were on the original are not on the screen, exhibit number 30, correct? We agree?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we have a double negative. We agree, okay. Now, but you saw me a moment ago on exhibit number 30, you saw me click on it and this text box popped up, right?
Right, I do.
And if I remove the text box, what's below it?
The release date.
So somebody has put a text box over the release date and the release number and the April release date, the actual release number, correct?
I agree. There is a text box that, well, I'm assuming that's a text box. It could be a shape or whatever, but I don't know.
There's multiple ways you do it that you know?
There could be there's shapes. There's all sorts of things.
You see how I just covered it back up?
I see how that is obscured.
Okay. And do you see that down below, there's another text box
I
or
do.
shape box, right?
I do.
And that if we remove that,
The other part shows. Okay.
I'm going to close it without saving it so we can make sure we pull the same thing up again. Don't save. And pull up 30 again just in case and go to the second slide again. You with me?
Right.
And if we go to there's a lower box again. There it is. Do you see it now?
I do.
So on what I've just showed you again, there's a text box that is hiding, obscuring, concealing, pulling the rug, pulling the curtains over the eyes, whatever word you want to use, right?
That's what you're saying.
Well, you're seeing it with your own eyes that it conceals it when you put the text box over it and you color it in.
I do see that.
Right?
Okay.
And if, this one ain't going to be a hard math, if doing it once on the information up above and doing it again on the information below, if each one's 5 intentional keystrokes, that's a total of 10 intentional keystrokes you watch me do, right?
That's what you just showed you, yes?
Do you know of a way to do it with less than 10 intentional keystrokes?
Do I know? I'm not doing it myself, but I just watched you do it. Okay.
Okay, do you know of a way to do it with less keystrokes, or did I do it pretty much the same way you would do it?
I don't recall how I would do it. There's multiple ways to be able to create shapes or text boxes, but okay.
And I'm going to, just so we have a good clean copy, I'm going to close it again, not save it so we don't adulterate it,
Right.
and open it again, Exhibit 30. Do you see that? Is that a yes?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. And very clearly, there's this text box up top and a text box at the bottom that are obscuring, hiding, secreting, whatever word you want to use, the text behind them, correct?
They're not showing, yes, the text behind it.
And you watched me, you know it takes by the way, you have to put the text box in the right spot, right?
That's what I see here. There's two text boxes there. Yes, I see that.
And the 2 text boxes were placed in this slide we're looking at directly on top of the specific information that was not visible,
Not showing.
on the presentations at CCR EDC and at Type B and at Council, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I'll tell you exhibit number 30 that you're looking at.
Okay.
Okay, this is the actual slide you sent to the CCR EDC, isn't it?
If you're saying that it is, then it is.
Are you the one who obscured it?
I told you there was a
It takes
formatting
10
issue.
deliberate strokes.
But I would ask you to go write a text box over this.
Are you
Now
the
that
one who
those-
did it? That's the question.
I told you it was a
Are you the one
editorial.
I know you've admitted it's your slide, and I know you're the one who created the slide. I have a very specific question for you. Did you drop that text box, the one that's shown right now, the larger one that obscures the release date and the release number? Did you drop that text box there?
I already told you that I had done that. Yes, that there was a.
And did you drop the second text box that's now highlighted that again obscures the release date?
Again, it was a formatting issue.
So you intentionally and deliberately dropped the text box in and colored it to obscure the date and release number. Is that right?
Again, no.
When you met with the mayor between April 8 and April 23rd, did you demonstrate to her, on the computer, how you had concealed the dates?
Objection form.
No, I wouldn't have done that, but I would have told her that those dates did not show up in the slide.
If the April 2022 dates, it appears twice, and was covered up or concealed, if it had not been covered up and concealed, then the slide on its face would have shown that you did not imagine or reimagine the project until months after that web page was released.
Objection.
Agreed?
One could have asserted that, but that again was not our position.
Is that true?
No, it's not. No, you could have asserted that, but that wasn't the case at all. Again, the date that I mentioned was the December. It doesn't matter when we knew. What we were trying to point out is that it hit us again months later. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you that what we were.
April's before July, isn't it?
It is. I
Okay,
agree with you on
its
that.
face, it would have shown,
That's
hey, this
your-
was published and put on the web before we even imagined the project.
We talked about these maps being
Right?
out for. We talked about these maps being out
Right?
for two years before that. I don't know what
Is that
the April
correct?
date is significant or not.
Is that correct? It would have shown that the publication came out on the FEMA website months
publication-
in advance of even imagining your project, correct?
The date came out
Is
on
that
April.
correct? And it would look like a fool if you said, hey, we're caught by surprise if in fact it was on the web months in advance, right?
What would it matter if it made me look like a fool?
Can you understand that that you can't make it two different readings in order for it to be acceptable under the charter?
Objection. Don't answer that question. Don't
I'm not
answer
going
that
to answer
question.
that question.
Are you ready to continue, Mr. Mears?
I am.
So you're not hiding that on this slideshow, are you?
No, we are not.
There's nothing false about that timeline, is there?
No.
Is there anything dishonest about those dates?
No.
Just so there's not confusion, the transition you see here is Mr. Lehrman, who is the attorney for Philip Ramirez, asking this series of questions, and then you'll hear my voice start again.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Just as a question, what is the time remaining on this specific?
I think we're almost, I'm going to guess 5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes? Okay, then we'll go.
Thank you.
Is there anything fraudulent?
No.
Is there anything illegal?
Nope.
Where's the conspiracy?
There was none.
There's nothing incorrect about that.
That's correct.
It's not a false statement. Whether it was months or years, it was pretty recent.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't 10 years ago, was it?
No.
Was it 5 years ago, was it?
No.
Real quick, your counsel asked you if anything had been done that was fraudulent, and you said no. Do you remember that a moment ago?
No, objection form. I didn't ask him that. I'm going to strike that and answer that.
Okay.
The advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that.
That's a
Okay.
mistake.
What is the definition of fraudulent that you had in your mind when you were answering questions?
I'm going to instruct him not to answer that question.
On the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that.
What is the definition of illegal that you had in your mind when you were answering questions for your attorney?
I'm going to object, and I withdrew that question.
Okay.
So.
On the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question.
What's the definition of conspiracy that you had in your mind when your counsel was asking you questions? Well, my question's,
Don't know what the definition
what is your
would be.
definition that you had in your mind when he asked you a question about conspiracy?
People coming together to do something that would be improper.
I'm going to play you the deposition, Exhibit 34 of Alan Wilson. If they falsified the document, you would have voted no.
I would have voted no.
Against it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Alan Wilson was on the Type B board when you made the presentation, right?
That's correct.
And do you see in the clip that he's saying if he'd known there had been any false document that he would have voted no?
I see that is what he was saying. I don't agree that there was a falsified document, but that's what I see, that's what he is saying.
And so back at the time the Type B board was meeting, nobody had caught the falsification or the alteration or whatever you want to call it, right?
Okay. On the advice of my counsel, I'm not going to answer that question based on the wording.
You said you met or talked, I think, on the phone with the mayor between April 8 and April 23rd to explain the things you testified about?
That's correct.
You said it was by phone, right?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Okay. Had you talked to the mayor other than that one time about this project?
No, I don't recall whether or not I would have.
That concludes our offer.
We have a very brief, less than 5 minutes for Before that's done, I have a comment to Mr. Shamsi as the officer of the court. I think I have to.
No, I'm sorry.
If I may be.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood? Excuse me.
Excuse me, at the advice of my counsel here. Mr. Flood, did you say you had something to? Okay, thank you.
It's gonna
I'm
be
just
started right now.
clarifying.
Thank you.
Okay, should be going.
Oh, no, you got push play.
Well, it's not on the screen, so.
Oh.
Might need the experts, but it's, there it goes.
Great.
And the time of the second reading, which is April 23rd, did you ever provide Peter or anyone with the city an explanation about why those dates were no longer on the slide?
We did.
Who did you provide it
Just
to?
not to Peter.
Pardon?
Just not to Peter. Just not to Peter.
Who did you provide information to?
We had a meeting with several city council members. I met individually with multiple city council members, including the ones that voted no, by the way, against our incentive, to sit down and explain exactly the timeline that I knew had transpired, exactly that, and truthfully telling them that, hey, look, this was this date that did not show up in the slideshow. Number one was through a formatting issue or an accidental, occurrence on our slideshow. So therefore, again, to be clear, if you're making any decisions based on this, you need to understand that this date. I acknowledge that date is in the press release. I acknowledge that date, but that date is immaterial. So any consideration of that you should understand that going in. I think you have a letter that we met with at least 30 city council members. I had individual meetings with Jim Klein. I know I talked to Sylvia Campos about the issue on the phone, to clarify, to make sure she had any questions, that she knew full well what had happened, at least from my perspective. And every other city council member, from my recollection, that I had conversations with, that I gave them free ability. They were the decision makers, not Peter. Peter had already, in my opinion, been clearly convinced by Mr. David and his allegations that there was wrongdoing, that this was not, that there was some issue. Peter's not the deciding authority. He can choose to, if he doesn't like it, he can choose to not, approve it, or not approve it, recommend it, or choose to put it on. That's not his call. That's a city council's discussion and their ability. That's why they're elected officials. And so therefore, I went and met directly with them. And explain exactly the timeline of what I've explained to you here about the timing of all of this, that there was no intention to provide any information that would have been misleading to anything, and that also to clarify, again, the notion that the Type B recommendation was not tied to FEMA floodproofing, and therefore that is what they needed to be making their consideration based on. And so therefore, any assertion that the city council went into this vote not being clear-eyed or starry-eyed about what exactly our intention and what our ask was, and I ended all those conversations. You can vote whether you agree or not agree. Again, you hear Peter say that there's still 7 council members that are in support of this in his audio. At that point in time, I don't know whether or not I'd had those conversations with them, but I shortly did thereafter if I hadn't by that point. And it was up to them to decide whether or not they felt like it was okay or not. If they supported it, they supported it. If they didn't, they didn't. That's their prerogative. Again, I will tell you that I had conversations with even Councilman Hunter that I know voted no. I talked to Gil, who abstained. I talked to Sylvia Campos, who voted no. I talked to Jim Klein, who voted no. That's their prerogative. But it was my duty to sit there and make sure that they had the information that was truthful and that was an explanation from our perspective, not on some false narrative that was being propagated by our direct competitor. This is what you should be voting on, and you can make the decision on your own. So, again, that's my answer to the question.
The only reason I say that is sometimes people think
the council.
It includes, he's one of the council members, and sometimes people say, no, she's not a council.
All 9 of them, yes.
You know my point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And for each one of those conversations, let me ask you this. Did you meet with each one of them, each one of the council members and mayor separately, one-on-one?
I would have, some of them would have been one-on-one.
Tell me who you bundled.
I think it would have been Gil. I know the meeting that we had, it was Gil, Everett, and is it Dan Suckley? I don't recall the 3, but I know it was at least Everett and Gil. They were in attendance with the meeting that we called with the city council members. and some members of city staff. I think it was Heather Holbert, and I don't remember who else was there. I don't believe the city manager was there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allison, was that the end of your portion, or did you have more to add? Was that the end of your section, or?
That's the end of our questions.
Okay, then at this time, after this one, we will take a 15-minute recess and allow everyone to rest for a moment.
Thank you.
Okay. If we're all back, then we will reconvene. We're reconvening to announce that we will be going into a 1-hour lunch. Mr. Flood, does that provide enough time to prepare the next witness?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not calling him the next witness, but yes, 1 hour for lunch is great.
Okay, thank you. Then it is 11:33. We will reconvene at 12:33. Thank you. Okay. It's 12:35, and we are reconvening in this meeting. Mr. Allison, please, if you would please call your first witness.
May I restate my objection, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Respondent objects that testimony is being received and evaluated by tribunal members who themselves possess firsthand knowledge of the same disputed facts and are are witnesses regarding those matters. The objection is based upon due process, fundamental fairness, and the prohibition against a witness serving as the adjudicator of disputed facts. That's a specific objection related to this particular witness. Objection, respondent renews her continuing due process objection that members of the tribunal are material witnesses with personal knowledge of disputed adjudicative facts and therefore cannot simultaneously act as neutral fact finders. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allison, please, if you call your first witness.
Yeah, we'll call Paulette Guajardo.
Thank you. And Ms. Huerta, if you would swear in the witness.
Paulette Guajardo, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Allison, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Guajardo, you understand the proceeding, the nature of the proceeding today?
I do.
And I know, gave the courtesy through your lawyer. I believe you knew you were going to be called to testify today, correct?
Correct.
And I want to ask about some things just to kind of understand where you view some of the, I guess, various issues in dispute before I get into some of the detail. I know you were sitting here during the deposition of I think for all the depositions that have been played during the proceedings, right?
Yes.
And Philip Ramirez obviously testified that he's the one that created the slide in controversy, right?
Yes.
And of course, Heather Hulbert testified that it was Philip Ramirez who told her that his staff created the slide, right?
Okay. Okay.
And have you seen any investigation that got to the bottom of whether or not staff created the slide or whether or not Philip Ramirez created the slide?
I have not.
Okay. And I'm only saying this because I actually am hearing pretty good in this room, and so speak up a little bit, probably not just for me, but for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. And have you ever seen any report or information where the phones for Philip Ramirez, that the data on them was downloaded by any police or law enforcement agency? Have you ever seen, right, in other words, law enforcement has the ability to come in and download phones, right? You understand that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that law enforcement ever went and got Philip's phone or Mr. Ramirez's phone or anybody's phone and downloaded the data?
I know that happened.
You think it happened in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. And who do you think I guess you're talking about CCPD?
Yeah, I don't know who did.
I've never seen it. You have some data we don't have, apparently?
No, I'm saying I understand that there were phone logs.
That what?
There were phone logs?
Oh, no, I'm not talking about phone bills that were produced in the litigation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about whether, because you can go get a phone and download it and get all the text messages as opposed to trusting you or somebody else to maybe give a text.
Answer is no, I have not seen that. Okay, I'm sorry.
In other words, the CCPD has the ability to have a subpoena, go in, download your phones, and I think that's never been done.
No.
We agree?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever seen, for example, CCPD, did they do any kind of subpoena to go in and download the computer records to actually get the raw data as to how the slide was altered, changed, tampered, forged, whatever word you want to use?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And did you get interviewed by CCPD?
I did not.
Okay. And certainly, we understand, I asked you at the beginning if you know the nature of these proceedings. You understand this is not a criminal case in any way, shape, or form. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you understand that the issue here is not did you commit a crime, and the issue here is not even did Philip Ramirez create a crime. The issue here is whether or not there is grounds for your removal or other discipline because of misconduct, malfeasance, incompetence, or willful neglect, right?
Yes.
And I think everybody agrees at this point that the slide, at least that there's information that should have been there that was not there, to put it in the kind of the kindest words, right?
You know, objection leading.
It's an adverse witness, obviously.
I can't even remember what the question was.
Well, it's hard to object to it if you don't know what I asked.
The objection, it was multifarious, so I was trying to figure out what the
Mr.
fact-
Flood, if you could please hold. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Flood, thank you.
I'll withdraw the objection.
Thank you.
Yeah. I thought, let me make sure I said it clearly, because I thought it was probably I thought it was something we all agree on. I think everybody agrees that the slide, the FEMA slide that was in the presentation that we've talked so much about, you know what I'm referring to.
Yes.
I think everybody agrees that the original has information on it that's not on the one that was used in the presentation in front of Type B and in front of the City Council first reading. Agreed?
The first reading?
First reading in front of City Council, the dates and the reference information is missing, and Type B, the dates and the reference information is
yes.
missing. We all agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Ramirez explain that. His version of it is that it was, I think he always said kind of different words, whether it was inadvertent, accidental, or formatting errors. I think he offered multiple explanations. Fair enough?
Yes.
And do you think that it was, that the slide was intentionally altered?
I can't answer that.
Pardon?
I cannot answer that.
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you consider, for example, Corpus Christi Police Department to be an expert in that way?
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever they found, would you agree that that would be probably the right conclusion with regard to that issue at least?
Yes.
And you understand that the Corpus Christi Police Department, I think at the questioning of one of the witnesses, said that, I believe the way they phrased it is, it'd be hard to say it was not intentional. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you agree it would be difficult to say it was not intentional?
I agree with, we're accepting that report
Tell you
from
what,
the investigation.
So that we're not paraphrasing what CCPD and how they answered it, I'll go ahead and play it for you and just ask you. I'll tell you ahead of time.
Mr. Allison, if you'll stay on the microphone. Stay on the mic for record, please.
Pardon?
If you could say your statements over the mic for record and so we can hear you.
Do this?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm going to tell you the question ahead of time. I'm going to play it and ask if you agree with it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It says exhibit number 60.
You agree the documents were altered, there's no doubt about that.
The screenshot was definitely altered, yes.
Did it look intentional? Can you, as a police officer, I mean, you look at stuff like this, you can say.
So it would be hard to argue that it was not.
Thank you.
Do you agree with him?
Yes.
Okay. And he said two things. One, it was altered, and two, that it would be hard to argue that it was not intentional. Correct?
That's what he said, yes.
And you're agreeing with both of those things?
Yes, yes, that's what he said.
This is exhibit number 59. This is, you know who Daniel Ray, he was the attorney hired by the city to do some independent work?
Yes.
After review of the presentations, deposition testimony, investigative materials, and applicable Texas and federal penal statutes, the PowerPoint slide at issue appears to have been intentionally altered to cover the dates that appear on the government website.
Do you agree with him?
I agree with his report, yes.
Okay. Including the statement I just played. You agree with the statement made that I just played into the record?
I agree with what he said. I mean, I'm sure, what are you asking me precisely? If I agree with him, or do I agree with what he's saying?
I tell you what, I'll tell you ahead of time, I'm going to play it again for you, and I'm going to ask you if you agree with him.
You don't need to play it again.
Okay.
We just saw it.
Okay, do you agree with what he said?
Yes, I agree with his statement.
Oh, okay. And so do you think it is appropriate to give $2 million to somebody who intentionally alters a federal document?
No.
Okay. So, and this council obviously, not too long ago, voted that there was an event of default, meaning we don't want to pay the money. Do you remember that vote?
I'm sorry, which vote?
There was this council, you did not vote
Yes.
on the matter, but this council voted there was an event of default, so they did not
yes.
have to pay. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you agree with that decision to not pay because you just agreed you shouldn't pay people who intentionally alter?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Based on the outcome.
Okay, in other words, you don't know if you should pay or not. That's your official position?
I wasn't a part of that that vote.
I know you didn't vote, but just like I asked you if you agreed with the police officer's statement, and just like I asked you if you agreed with Daniel Ray's statement, I'm asking if you agreed with the decision to not pay.
Objection. I have to make an objection. All of these questions, all of them, relate to things in 2025 and 2026. And a reading of the articles of impeachment only address conduct in 2024. And so I just have to object to relevance, because I don't see how any of this tends to make any fact and issue arising out of the articles of impeachment more or less likely. So it's all of this 2025, 2026 stuff is just.
And may I respond?
Mr. Allison.
Yeah, it certainly seems relevant to me whether she continues to want to pay on a, knowing now that it's been intentionally altered by the applicant, seems certainly relevant to her position on probably in her conduct that occurred back at the time.
I hear Mr. David's counsel speaking rather than the petitioner's counsel.
And they're the same people.
Well, they're not the same parties. This is an extraordinary line of questioning considering what this council is being asked to do, which is address articles of impeachment of the current office holder of the mayor. And the questions are relating to some substantive rights that with council's other client has in a litigation. And so earlier at the beginning of this trial, we had an objection about the depositions and different proceedings. And my concern at the time was that different legal issues, different legal cases were being conflated into one. And this line of questioning illustrates that. And that is that there's somehow now Mr. David's counsel is appearing and trying to pursue evidence unrelated to this matter and in pursuit of his other client's claims. And so I would just object to relevance. It doesn't have anything to do with the issues that this council is being asked to struggle with in regards to the articles of impeachment.
I actually think pardon? I was going to say, I actually think she's partially answered, and rather than press on it, if she doesn't want to commit to whether they should be paid or not paid at this time, I'll move on. That way I'll withdraw the question. Keep us rolling. Remember also in the testimony of Philip Ramirez that he talked about, he went and talked between the February timeframe, 2024, and April 2024, that he went and talked to maybe but I'm not sure, I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but council members,
Yes.
including you?
Yes.
And he said he did that because, and his statement was, Peter's not the deciding authority, it's up to the council, they're the one who are responsible for making the decision?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
The council, yes, the council makes the decision ultimately.
Okay, and has responsibility for that decision?
Yes.
I mean, you're not here trying to shirk responsibility on staff because of a decision you made. Agreed?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
Okay.
not doing that.
Okay, you take full responsibility for your vote, whether others voted with you or not, doesn't matter. We're here today talking about what you did, right?
Right, correct.
The word that Heather Holbert used, I think, and Mr. Zanoni agreed several times, is that the federal document had been tampered. Do you agree with that?
With Heather's statement?
Her and Peter, both of them, I think, agreed that the federal document had been tampered. Do you agree with that?
I do not. I do not think that they were, I don't believe that they were, I'm thinking, I'm losing my word.
And just speak up for me, please, and for everybody.
Yeah. I think that was their opinion.
Okay, but you disagree with it?
I don't agree with it.
Okay, and a moment ago, you said you agreed that they intentionally altered it because that's what the policeman said and Daniel Ray said, but now you're saying you disagree with Heather Holbert saying it was tampered with?
I think Heather, I don't think that Heather Hurlbert is qualified to say a document. I'm not qualified to say a document has been tampered with or anything otherwise.
Okay, well, whether she's qualified or not, even in, I guess we say a broken clock is right twice a day, right? You know the saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so whether she's qualified or not, her statement was that, and I disagree on the qualification, but we don't need to go there. Whether she's qualified or not, the statement was that the document had been tampered with. And because you agreed earlier that it was an intentional alteration of the document, wouldn't you agree the document was tampered with? Objection.
Yeah, and I already answered the question. Oh, sorry.
Objection. The earlier testimony about altering was based upon statements made by, as I recall, CCPD and Daniel Ray in 2026. And so the objection to the question is that it's vague because it engrafts that time frame onto an earlier time frame. And so the question is just is ambiguous, and so I'm objecting it on that basis.
Would you restate the question?
Sure. Do you agree with Heather Holbert's statement that the document was tampered with?
I don't agree with her statement.
Do you agree with Peter Zanoni's statement that the document was tampered with?
No, I think it was his opinion.
You think what?
It was his opinion.
Say it again, I'm sorry. You think it was what?
It was his opinion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you know that Heather Holbert also testified that with her Arthur Anderson background and experience and years of experience, I think it was City of San Marcos, that she thought it was a forgery under the statute. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And do you agree with that?
Do I agree with,
what she's testified to?
I'm not.
Objection relevance. It's just not relevant whether or not this witness agrees with another person's testimony in 2025. It's just not relevant to any fact issue from 2024. It's just not, and this, it keeps, it's just not relevant.
Thank you,
What the
Mr.
question should be related to is what the witness did and said in 2024, not whether or not they agree in 2026 about what somebody said in 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Flood. Mr. Allison?
Pardon?
You have a
Relevance?
response? Yes.
Yeah. Whether she believes that it's tampered, altered, forged, all the different words that different witnesses have used to describe it, has to do with her understanding of the investigation and the results of it and the findings of it, which have to do with her malfeasance, with her incompetence, quite frankly, with her willful neglect of what was going on at the time. So I think I need to elicit her opinions about whether just get the foundation laid on what it is that she believes about this document in order to know whether or not she was willfully neglectful or actively involved and committed malfeasance or other things that are specifically listed in the charter.
In 2024.
Thank you, Mr.
Not
Flood.
today.
Do I hear a motion from this council to overrule or not? To overrule the objection that's been raised? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Thank you. Mr. Allison.
Thank you. I think the question was whether or not you agree with Ms. Holbert, because she said based on her investigation, we know she's got the background of being a accountant with Arthur Anderson. We know she served in a capacity with, I believe it was City of San Marcos, and had responsibilities for making sure there's legal compliance with laws. So understanding that background and her testimony that she believed it was a forgery under the penal code, do you agree with her?
And what I'm going to do, in the interest of, of efficiency, and I don't mean to interrupt, what I'd like to do is request a running objection to references to testimony from 2025 or statements in 2026 that relate to the issue of what the witness understood in 2024. And so it's a relevance objection on those grounds. And so I would request a running objection on relevance grounds to any of the questions that relate to what witnesses testified in 2025 or 2026. Thank you.
Your running objections noted and granted. Mr. Allison.
Do you agree with her? Do you agree with Heather?
No, I do not agree. I don't think Heather's qualified to make that statement.
Okay. And you know that Peter Zanoni, you saw the tape where he agreed with Heather that it was a penal code violation?
I did.
Do you agree with Peter?
No, I think Peter is not qualified to make that determination as well.
Specifically, Mr. Ramirez testified that, quote, he did not do anything to intentionally or deliberately cover the dates. Do you remember that testimony from Mr. Ramirez?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Do I agree with him?
Do you agree with his statement that, in other words, is it your belief that he did not do anything intentionally or deliberately to cover the dates?
I can't speak for what his intent was or wasn't.
So your answer is you don't know?
My answer is what I just said. I cannot know what his intent was or wasn't.
And you do understand that it obviously, and I'm jumping ahead in time and then I'm going to probably come back a little bit, but I mean a big part of this fight obviously had to do with this ordinance and And my clients and others also that are petitioners complaining about the whole process and filing their petition against you, you understand that we wanted it withdrawn, that you should not have to pay on this ordinance. You understand that's our position, right?
Yes.
And by withdrawn, we mean that it would never come up again, and that if they wanted to go ask for money somewhere else by some other means or some other process, they'd have to start over, right?
Yes.
You understand that's what that would mean in this context, right?
Yes.
I do want to, and some of this we may be able to do fairly quickly. I want to make sure we have the timeline right for you. You understand, and a lot of these have gone over, so I'm not going to talk about the detail much of what's in them. I'm not going to read them unless you want to, okay? But if you want me to, stop us and say, I want to look at that document further. Fair enough?
Fair.
And do you recognize this as the CCREDC application for incentives? And this is the one that, if you scroll down, is signed by Philip Ramirez, right?
Yes.
Do we have an exhibit number? I'm just asking for an exhibit number, that's
I
all.
will, yes. 13, and I'll try to always say it, thank you. And so that's you see this last page here is Philip Ramirez certifying that things are true and correct in this application, right?
Yes.
And at this point in time, part of that certification related to it being obviously a ask for funds because of, quote, newly defined FEMA AE flood zone. Did I read that correctly? I'll try to blow
I
it up for
wasn't
you.
following you.
You see where it defines it as newly defined FEMA?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in this application, and then it has a cover memo that is the proposal memorandum dated October 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think it makes clear, and again, I'm not going to read it unless you want me to, but it makes clear that QOF, the company signed by Philip, is asking for $2 million for, quote, newly defined FEMA Emergency Management Agency AE flood zone requirements, right?
Yes.
So that was definitely the narrative back in 2023, right?
I'm not familiar with the narrative, but what you're showing me is correct.
Okay, that was the reason they wanted 2 million,
Okay.
correct?
Yes, according to this letter.
Okay, and you know that because, and I should say this a little bit, the process here is that it starts off in Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, and we call that CCREDC, right?
Yes.
And then it goes to the Type B board, right?
Yes.
And then it goes to City Council, right?
Correct.
And I think I'm right about this, but do you serve on Type B board?
I do not.
But you do serve because of your official capacity as mayor, you do serve on CCREDC board.
I do.
Do you serve on the board or executive board, or is there, or both?
Just the board. The board.
Okay. That means you get to vote on whether or not this proposal is accepted.
Correct.
And in fact, you did vote on it.
I did.
Okay. So you know from firsthand experience that the reason they were asking for the money was for $2 million for, quote, newly defined FEMA.
Yes.
Then if you go to exhibit number
It's hard because they're not labeled.
you know, most of them are labeled up top with the exhibit number, so I apologize. Let me see if I can do that real quick. I think I can fix it. Hold on. It's exhibit number 12. And then there are meetings from those minutes, right?
Yes.
And what we know happened then on October 12th, do you see that date there?
Yes.
If we scroll down, see if you agree with this. It says, Mr. Culbertson introduced Philip Ramirez to present a Type B grant request for a hotel downtown. I know it's hard to read on screen, so.
Mhm.
I'm going to skip to the next sentence. It will be the first new construction since the city has adopted the new FEMA flood maps. Those maps now require any new construction to build up to 4 feet due to the new restrictions. So again, it's emphasizing that this idea that FEMA was new, right? Correct?
That's what it reads.
And it identifies that they're getting a grant from TERS, right?
From, no, type B. TERS?
Yeah, and I think you were at that meeting, right?
Which meeting?
I'm going to help you.
Are you talking about CCRDC or type B?
CCREDC?
Yes, I was at that meeting.
Okay. But this was the first time that they met on it. This was the initial presentation in October.
Okay.
Follow me?
Yes.
Okay. And then it gets scheduled again for a November 9 meeting, and you were there at that one too. This is the one where you voted.
Yes.
Okay. And again, it makes sure that everybody knows it will be utilized for additional cost associated with newly defined FEMA AE flood zone requirements. Same language, right?
Right.
And then the meeting, that's exhibit number 14, by the way. And then exhibit number 15 is the meeting minutes from that meeting where you did vote. Do you follow me?
Yes.
And at that meeting, it says the developer stated the funding request comes after changes in FEMA flood maps made additional infrastructure necessary. So the same narrative, the same reason, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yes.
Can we agree that Exhibit 15 does not have this editorializing that you've added to it?
I just redlined them so it won't be confusing.
Well,
And I'll even do this. Sorry. And at that board meeting, there were several things that sort of came to light about the project, right? Is that fair?
I'm sure there was a discussion. I don't recall the details, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know several things, and let's see if we can, maybe we'll go back and look at Culbertson's deposition. Maybe we don't need to. But clearly, our CCREDC, or at least Culbertson, was of the opinion that it is certainly not a destination hotel, true?
true.
And that it is really, they prefer manufacturing jobs because every new job creates 8 jobs, whereas for a hotel, I forget, but it's more about a 1-to-1 ratio or 1-to-1-to-6, lower job yield, right?
Yes.
And the other thing that Mr. Culbertson doesn't like about this project was that they're lower paying jobs also, right?
That's what he said.
And the other thing that was not favorable about this project is that it would cannibalize, their word that they use, other hotels, right? Okay. And then I don't know her machine does not take my fingerprint. The other thing that I think Mr. Culbertson made very clear is that the In order to get even out of CCR EDC, there would have to be an infrastructure component to it like FEMA, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, it would not be eligible for any money. Agreed?
Right, without the infrastructure.
Pardon?
Yes.
Okay. And if
I'm
it
sorry, I
had
just
a
need to
FEMA
make an objection. I just want to make sure the question was, that's what Mr. Culbertson testified to. I want to.
that he's expressing those opinions back then, and that, you know, this is the information that would have, I assume, be the subject of discussion at the meeting, correct?
Correct.
And that the most, if it had a FEMA infrastructure component to it, the most it would be eligible for under the CCR EDC regulations would have been $1,043,000 to stay within their investment criteria, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I know that some of the Mr. Culbertson, he's and the CCR EDC, do you have an expertise in economic development?
Do I?
Correct.
I do not.
And so you understand that team over there, which in this instance was Mr. Culbertson at least and Randy Augmeyer, correct?
Amagur, yes.
That team has the expertise in this specific area, right?
That's what they do, yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we understand, I mean, obviously, they're hired professional staff, right, for CCR EDC?
Yes.
Okay. And that's their job to look at these and decide which projects meet their criteria and should get money versus which projects do not meet their criteria and should not get money, right?
I believe they determine which project moves forward to the board, and then the board makes that decision.
Right, but I mean, if you're gonna, I mean, you treat them like the experts in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you think you should listen to your experts, or do you just kind of go more rogue and do what you want?
No, it's a combination. It's a discussion between the board and their staff.
In the exercise of your official duties, do you think you should or should not follow professional staff's recommendations?
I think that in the case of the CCREDC, their role is to review those applications and make those recommendations to the board. It isn't so much to say, this is what must be passed through, voted on and approved.
Okay, so but the city is the one who actually pays their salaries, right?
It's a combination also. There are many contributors to the CCREDC.
The largest being the city for probably decades.
The largest being the city.
Yeah. And I know I asked you a little bit different question, so let me try again. Do you think that as part of your official duties, you should be following staff recommendations, professional staff recommendations, or not?
I think we should be weighing in, allowing those recommendations to weigh into our discussion and our decision. But I'll take it one step further. After the CCREDC, it is ultimately the Type B board and this body, the council, who make the decision. So
Right.
again, it's a recommendation that certainly weighs in.
Okay, but it's another, I guess, example then of at the end of the day, it's your decision and you're responsible for it.
I've answered the question, Mr. Allison.
Right, and at the end of the day, you're responsible for the decision you make.
The board, yes, is responsible for the decisions we make.
Right, and each member of the board is responsible for how they vote on that.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, again, you're not trying to shirk any responsibility off on the professional staff over at CCREDC, are you?
What does shirk mean?
Okay, you're not trying to say, oh, the board told me to do this, and so, it's their fault, not my fault. Agreed?
Right.
Okay. Because what the board was telling you is, hey, if you do 2 million, it does not meet our financial guidelines. It does not meet our yield in terms of high-paying jobs, or does not meet our criteria for high-paying jobs. It does not meet our yield in terms of how many jobs we want it to create. It does not meet our requirement in terms of infrastructure, and does not meet at $2 million the criteria for financial return for the CCR EDC. That's what the board was telling you. I mean, sorry, that's what staff was telling you over there.
Right, staff was telling us that.
All of those things.
But again, it was about economic development in terms of maybe not meeting some of those items you just mentioned, but spurring other revitalization, and again, economic development. So it's a recommendation.
Okay, and then obviously your vote was against all of those recommendations, right?
No, it wasn't against it.
Well, your vote was don't give them $1 million. Well, first of all, you voted for, as it turns out, given $2 million for FEMA, and we now know there was no FEMA component to it, right?
We voted based on the material and the information that we had, which is the letters you just put on the screen.
Yeah, you voted for a project that was $2 million for FEMA.
Yes, we voted on that information that you showed us that we were given, and that's what we voted on that day.
Okay, and I keep saying you because I want to make sure that you don't get lost in the proverbial we when you answer. I'm asking you and you're saying we. I understand other people voted, but I'm asking you about your vote.
Right.
You voted for $2 million for a
Mr.
newly
Ellison,
defined FEMA need.
I already answered that.
Pardon?
I already answered that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so you think, I think you answered then yes when you were including yourself, I guess, in the we answer.
Yes.
Okay. And you voted for it even though it was something that staff had told you would cannibalize other hotels, did not have high-paying jobs, did not yield additional other jobs, and also would not meet the return requirements of CCR EDC, right?
Objection. There's no predicate laid that the word cannibalize was ever used in a meeting in 2023. The only evidence is that there was a word cannibalize used in a deposition 2 years later. So the question incorporates an untrue assumption. There's been no predicate laid about anything that was specifically said at that meeting in 2023. Zero.
And first of all, we call that a speaking objection, where he's trying to coach his witness, so I would object to that. And number two, this witness has already agreed all of those things were talked about. So he is...
Objection, relevance, there's just, and there's no predicate laid. There's just zero predicate laid for what was stated in 2023.
The objection's overruled because the witness has already answered the question.
Yeah. And we saw that that meeting happens on November 9th, right? That was on the previous document. I'm going to show you exhibit number 44. By the way, that meeting's always in the morning, right?
Yes.
And this is the document where during the meeting, you text Devin Bhakta, correct?
Yes.
And you text him, just so we have it in the record, quote, "What's the economic impact of the hotel, question mark," right?
Yes.
And you continued with a second text that said, "In EDC meeting, talking about your 2M, meaning 2 million ask," right?
Yes.
And you also text him, "This is Paulette, work phone, I have it," correct?
Yes.
And then he texts you back, "Thanks for looking out for us," right?
Yes.
And said it's upsetting that the largest hotel development in decades can't even get some added help. Do you see that?
I see it.
Okay. And these meetings, it's already been testified to by Mr. Culbertson, but I want you to confirm, these are not public. They are confidential meetings.
Right.
So this is This is a breach of your confidentiality.
I
Right?
disagree.
Okay, you think it's okay to be telling him what's happening during the meeting when you're inside the meeting?
I didn't tell him what was happening. I merely asked him a question. I asked him a question about what you just read.
Okay, you just said, I didn't tell him what was happening. Doesn't your text say that you're in the EDC meeting and you're talking about their $2 million ask?
Yes, it does.
Isn't that letting him know what, maybe not telling him every detail, but you're definitely telling him you're in there talking about them, right?
I'm telling him where I am, and all I did was ask him what the economic impact was, because I wasn't certain at that moment if it was 30 or 35 or somewhere in between. It's that simple.
Okay, so you're trying to get information to help the discussion.
No, I'm trying to get information for me to have that information so that I can state it if needed.
Okay,
And
so
verify.
the purpose of your question was to get information so you can state it in the meeting.
To verify. It was to verify.
Okay, and so that would be like having him in the room with you.
No.
If you get to ask him
I disagree.
questions. Well, if you get to ask him questions and he answers questions, and then you ask him again and he answers, then I mean, what you're inviting here is you're inviting him into the room so you can be his mouthpiece.
I disagree. That's not true.
So did you want him to answer your text?
I asked for the text. I asked for the information so that I had that precise number.
Yeah, you wanted information so you
I
could
just answered your question, Mr. Allison.
That's why I'm going to the next one, if you'll quit interrupting.
Okay, great.
The reason that you're asking him for information then is so that you can advocate for him inside the room.
Absolutely not.
So but if this group believes, for example, that you're asking for information so that you can maybe not have him in the room, but at least have his talking points inside the room and you be the mouthpiece for it, you would agree that if they believe that, that would be a breach of your confidentiality.
I disagree. I wasn't giving him any information that was happening there. I simply asked what is the economic impact of the project, and I was not advocating for him. That the project is what I was supporting.
Okay. You were advocating for the project for him.
I just answered your question.
Well, why are you texting him if you're advocating for the project?
Because
why are
I
you
wasn't
texting?
sure about the amount,
Okay,
the
so you're-
dollar amount.
to get
Excuse me,
information.
If I could ask, if we can please take turns during the discussion?
Hmm?
If we can
Yeah.
please talk in sequence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You were texting him to get information
Yes, I asked him a question.
so you could share it inside the confidential meeting.
That so that I could verify the economic impact.
And share it inside the confidential meeting.
I don't recall if I shared it or not. I needed the information.
But you do agree that if you shared any information about what happened during the meeting, that would be a breach of your confidentiality.
I would have to read the confidentiality statement.
Okay, so you don't know? You don't know what you're...
Right offhand, I don't. I sit on probably 20 boards.
But I want to be real, it's a simple question. If you share the confidential
I
information...
already answered your question, Mr. Allison.
She asked us not to interrupt each other?
Don't ask me the same, you're asking me the same question over and over. I answered the question.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask if we can stop for just a moment. Okay, I'm going to ask that, as a witness, if you will allow for the question to be asked, and then if your representation has an objection, if they can raise it at that time. Thank you.
Generally speaking, since you don't have, you say, the agreement in front of you, generally speaking, do you agree that the confidentiality requires you to not communicate information, in this instance to Mr. Bhakta, about what happened inside the meeting?
I don't know what the confidentiality agreement states, but I was not communicating any information to him. I was asking him for the economic impact number. That's it.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's okay to share information of what happened inside the meeting with Mr. Bacta?
I was not sharing information with him.
I'm asking you a different question. Do you think it's okay to share it?
No, if not, if I'm breaching the confidentiality agreement.
So if it's not okay, we do know, though, that when you left the meeting, you called him for 14 minutes, right?
Yes.
And during that 14 minutes after you left the meeting that you were texting him about, did you talk at all about what happened inside the meeting?
I would not have done that.
Pardon?
I would not have done that, no.
And so I guess your statement then is that it's just coincidence that you spent 14 minutes on the phone with him after you left the meeting.
It may have been, yes.
Do you remember what you talked to him about?
I don't.
Okay, and so, but if this council, for example, infers, which they're free to do, under circumstantial evidence, if they infer and believe that you probably disclosed confidential information, then we can agree that would be a breach of your confidentiality obligation.
I have to, again, lay another predicate objection. There's been no predicate laid about what the terms are of any confidentiality agreement, if any, signed by the witness. And so the assumption keeps being made that this violates confidences somehow when there's been no predicate laid whatsoever in that regard, zero. And so objection relevance, lack of foundation.
And I would say we have laid the predicate because I think she did say earlier that if she shares information of what happens inside the meeting, then that would be a violation of the confidentiality.
I think what the witness said was it depends on what the agreement says. I think that's exactly what the witness said.
I'm going to overrule that objection at this time. Thank you.
So we can agree that if you shared confidentiality during that 14 minutes and this council believes that you did so during, let me back up and say it again. I'm just restating the question that I've just said or trying to. You understand that if this council believes that and infers based on the circumstances of it, the circumstantial evidence, the 14-minute phone call, that if they believe you probably talked about what happened at the meeting, we can agree that's a violation of your confidentiality agreement, right?
I don't know what the confidentiality agreement states, so I can't answer that.
So you don't know if you violated your confidentiality or not?
I don't know what that states.
But you're not saying that you didn't violate it.
I did not violate it. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. And
Confidentiality.
And you wouldn't text him during a meeting either, right?
I'm sorry?
Also, you shouldn't text him during a meeting, right?
I did not do anything. I texted him. You know what? I already answered that question, Mr. Allison. I texted him for that information, and it was for my own knowledge. That's it. I mean, yeah.
Well, now you're contradicting yourself.
No, it's for my own knowledge first. If I need it, I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a pause real quick. We can pause.
No.
I'm going to ask that we not be so argumentative and allow each person their time to speak, and also allow the time for the attorney on this side to give an objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Grab that one. And you do understand also that one of the criteria to give an incentive award is that the whole idea is you give the money to incentivize the project to come to Corpus, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at exhibit number 69, and I'll try to blow it up enough where people can see it. You know, I don't think I've offered this before. We'll offer it at this time.
There's no predicate with this witness. This is a December email from Randy Almager to Philip Ramirez. Objection. There's no predicate laid for this witness to be asked about this at all.
And actually, the predicate would be the affidavit, which I did not supplement. But with that said, I can use it to refresh her recollection and see if she knows.
Well, the witness isn't even a recipient of this. There's no predicate laid for whether the witness has ever seen it, received it, reviewed
Just a
it,
moment,
nothing.
Mr. Flood, thank you. Mr. Flood, do you have a copy of this document while we're trying to locate that?
I do not have a copy with me, no.
I'm sorry, at this time I cannot allow the document to be used.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not on screen, so I'm just going to ask some questions this way then. Do you understand that, had you heard, because I know you're in the meetings, that the project was already underway and committed?
I understand.
Okay. And had you heard that if they did not get the $2 million, the only effect of that would be that they would not be able to fully fund build out of the space of the rooftop bar? Had you heard that?
Can you repeat that? That they would not be able to what?
To fill out the shell of the rooftop bar, complete it.
Right.
That they needed the money to complete the rooftop bar and really the patio space.
Okay, yes.
You heard that back at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew back at the time then that the money was really not for FEMA or infrastructure, correct? They were going to use it for the rooftop bar?
No, we were presented, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood your this question. We relied upon that information that the letters you showed there, that it was for FEMA at the EDC meeting.
Yeah, I agree both things were going on though, right? The formal request was for FEMA.
Correct.
But they also had told you that we need the money to finish out, like you agreed a moment ago, to finish out the rooftop bar and the patio space. You just said that a moment ago.
I did say that a moment ago. Maybe I was confused, but everything I knew is that this had everything to do with FEMA.
Okay, but you've already, like you say sometimes, you've already answered the question that it was also the $2 million was for the filling out the rooftop bar and the patio space. That's what you said earlier.
And right after that, I said I may have been confused with how you worded that question. So I will strike that and tell you it was just for FEMA. That was my understanding, but I do recall hearing something about a rooftop bar, which is.
Okay. And if that's in the documents, because I'll offer them later, if that's in the documents, you're not arguing with it. Fair enough?
If what is in the document?
If it's in the documents that, hey, they're coming anyway, they're going to build their project anyway, and the money, if they don't get it, if it says we're just not going to finish out the shell on the rooftop and we're not going to finish out the patio space, if that's in the documents, you're not going to disagree with it.
Objection, hearsay.
Based on you being there, based on your interaction with CCREDC.
Right, but I don't, what is the question again? I mean.
Excuse me, if we can address the objection, would you read?
I believe counsel effectively withdrew the question by asking another question. So I objected to hearsay, and then there was no answer, and he asked another question.
I see, thank you.
Move on. I know you gave an answer, and then you gave a different answer, and so I'm trying to get kind of a stopping place on that by asking it this way. If the documents from back at the time, by that I mean December 2023, If they say, hey, we're already underway, and if we don't get the 2 million, we're just not going to finish out the shell of the rooftop bar, and we're just not going to be able to finish the patio. If the documents say that, you're not disagreeing with that, are you?
Objection, the document which was just told to council not to use was just published again to the jury on purpose, presumably. And so, again, the reference is to hearsay, the objection, and so I object to hearsay.
Sustained, thank you.
And just, I'm not controlling when it goes up on the screen. I'll just say it that way, and I apologize. But I think what we agreed on at the very beginning is if it's coming anyway, it should not get an incentive award, correct?
No, I didn't agree to that. Did I?
You want me to restate it?
What's the question?
Yeah. If the project is already underway and committed, then it does not qualify for an incentive award, correct? I think you said that earlier.
I don't know if I said that earlier, but again, back to our conversation on the CCREDC and their staff, they moved it forward. They moved it forward, right?
Well, because you voted for it.
Right, but they brought it forward.
Because
Remember, they review applications. They either move forward or they don't. So they did move it forward at whatever status, the project was at.
And the way it got moved forward is Mr. Brazelton, even really contrary to the recommendations of staff, made a motion for $2 million for FEMA, and you seconded it, correct?
Correct.
And then that failed, and then Mr. Gully made a motion for $1,043,000 and change, I think, and that passed.
Correct.
And that was based upon the belief that existed at the time that there was an infrastructure or a FEMA component to it, right?
And it was also based upon economic development, the fact that it was going to revitalize and what it was going to do to the downtown area.
Okay, well, specifically, you just threw in the word revitalize, so I put up in front of you exhibit number. I said the exhibit number a moment ago. I think it is, I'll check in just a second. This is the actual minutes from the meeting, right? You see that, November 9 meeting
Yes.
minutes? Correct?
Yes.
And the specific paragraph that describes what happened, go ahead and show me the portion of it where it says it was to revitalize downtown.
Pardon?
What it says is that it's $2 million for the Homewood Suites, included the economic impact report. That's where they say, hey, you should only at most give $1,043,000. Do you see that?
I do.
70 jobs and $29,999 a year. Those are the low-paying jobs CCREDC did not like, right? You see that?
I see that.
And the developer stated the money was for FEMA. Do you see that?
I do.
And then Mr. Gonzalez makes a comment about, hey, we need to mitigate the impact of these new FEMA maps, right? Correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Brazelton makes the motion for $2 million, and you seconded it, right?
Yes.
and that motion failed because it was violating the
I disagree.
guidelines or the requirements of the CCR EDC, right?
I disagree. There weren't requirements.
And then the motion was put to a vote and failed 6-3, right?
Yes.
You voted for the 2 million, right?
Yes.
And then a second motion recommending $1,043,000 was made, and by Gully and seconded by Brazelton, right?
Yes.
One gentleman recused, another absent, and Hunter abstained, right?
Yes.
And that motion passed unanimously, other than those who abstained or were absent or recused, right?
Yes.
Okay. It does not mention anything about a catalytic project or anything in what I just read. It does not mention that. We can easily agree to that, right?
It does not mention it, but the discussion had to do with economic development, and therefore that's why that moved forward, the 2 million.
Yeah, and the economic development piece of it was analyzed by the CCR EDC, right?
Yes.
That's their job. They're the professionals at that.
Yes.
And what they told you was what we've articulated before and you've already agreed to, and that is low-paying jobs, doesn't create enough jobs, and all those other things we talked about, right?
They stated that. It was a mere recommendation, yes.
Okay. And from there, from the CCR EDC, it goes then to type B, right?
Yes.
Let me show you exhibit number 16. And I'll tell you, the original does not have the green or the dark gray highlighting, okay? I think the yellow highlighting, I don't think it's mine. I think it maybe was there. We'll make sure everybody gets the correct original document, okay? But my question has to do with, first of all, this is the Corpus Christi Type B Executive Session Term Sheet. Do you see that?
What exhibit number is that?
16. I'll blow it up, make it easier. Correct. It's the City of Corpus Christi Type B Corporation Executive Session Term Sheet. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And so we've just read what was voted on, and now we see when it arrives over in front of Type B that it is $2 million, $1,510,000 of which is for, quote, additional cost associated with newly defined FEMA flood zone requirements, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the same thing that the documents are saying when you voted on it at CCR EDC, it's what we're seeing for the executive session going to Type B, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you were not at Type B, and we played the video of the presentation. You were here when we did that, correct?
Yes.
So then I'm going to move forward after Type B since you weren't there. And it really comes out of Type B and then goes to the city, correct?
Yes.
And I think this is exhibit number 56-2. Admit it, I think? Okay. And if we scroll, you, by the way, when you see the COCC 0000866 number, do you see that?
Yes.
That lets us know it's produced by the city, just so you know. And when we look at this, it's a agenda memo for the February 20th meeting, right? Correct?
Yes.
And that's the first meeting at the city, right?
Yes.
And so for the agenda memo, we know that again, it says that the $2 million is for costs associated with newly defined FEMA, right?
Yes.
And I realize that there's this other narrative out there about it being catalytic and all those things, but at least in the documents, we don't see that at all during this time frame. Agreed?
I'm going to object to the mischaracterization of the narrative, that being the fact that the Type B board approved it for those other reasons. So I'm just objecting to the mischaracterization of
Sustained,
the facts.
thank you.
But when we look at the documents, that's not in the documents. Agreed?
What's not in the document? I'm sorry.
The discussion about a catalytic or all these other.
Right.
Okay. And then even when you see, and I think what we just looked at was the agenda memo, we'll get back to that, the one for February 20th, the first reading, so-called first reading. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. And then the agenda gets put into final form and gets published for the city's first reading, right?
Yes.
And do you see that's in front of you? It's Exhibit 25. Correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And again, what we see in the documents is that at the first reading, the only reason given for the $2 million is for cost associated with FEMA AE flood zone requirements and exterior upgrades, right?
Correct.
And we know from earlier documents, and we'll see it again in a moment, about 1.5 million of that was dedicated specifically to supposedly FEMA requirements, newly defined FEMA requirements, right?
Yes.
And you now know that's false. There were no newly defined FEMA requirements, right?
No, I can't answer that.
I just didn't hear you.
No, I don't know. I mean, what are you're referencing when the FEMA requirements were?
Right, you know Mr. Culbertson and Miss Heather Holbert and you know Peter Zanoni and others have all testified that, yeah, that's disingenuous, that's not true, that's false, that's, you know, those were 2020 or viewable in 2020. It was a scheme. You've heard all that testimony, right?
I have heard it.
Okay, and do you agree that though that's a incorrect or inaccurate thing to be claiming they're newly defined when they're not newly defined?
I don't know what they meant by newly. I mean, I don't know what they meant by newly.
Okay, so do you stand by the representation by Mr. Philip Ramirez that the money was for newly defined FEMA requirements?
Well, I think that changes after.
Okay.
I
Please,
think that
I'm not asking you to re-articulate my question.
at this point, we were relying on the material that we were given.
Okay, my question now, do you still support the notion that the money at this time was for truly existing, newly
Right.
defined FEMA?
No, it was not at this point.
Okay, so we now know it's a false narrative.
I don't know if it's a false narrative, but it was not the right narrative.
Okay.
Right.
It was an untrue narrative.
I mean, I can't speak for them,
Okay.
and I'm sure you'll get to that here soon.
And there was a presentation, right, at the first meeting, the February 20th meeting?
Yes.
And that's the presentation that, just like type B, there's the altered slide. I think, I want to use the word you agreed to earlier. You agreed to intentionally alter because of the policeman, right? So I'm going to use that word.
Go ahead.
Okay. You agreed that the presentation at the type B board and the presentation at the first reading, and I'm using the words of the police officer here, was intentionally altered.
No, I can't. I'm not going to attest to that, but it was definitely a different slide.
Okay, well, just so I know earlier you agreed with the policeman that it was altered and that it was, he couldn't say it was not intentional, and you agreed that it was intentional when Daniel Ray said that. So are you changing that testimony?
I think I have to object because, again, we're confusing time periods here. Once again, the witness is being asked about testimony. Well, it's not clear whether the question.
Just a moment, Mr. Flood, just a moment. Mr. Allison, if you could reframe the question with a specific time period.
Sure.
And thank you.
At this point, you certainly agree, because I think you agreed with what the police officer said earlier and what Daniel Ray said earlier. So at this time, do you agree that it was a false narrative?
I can't speak for them. I can't speak for them. So I can't speak for who had what narrative and it was false or where it was coming from.
Okay, but if it was a false narrative, you agree they should not get the money?
I mean, if the narrative, right, but the narrative changed. I mean, so.
Let me ask it this way. If the ordinance, do you think the ordinance was passed? Do you think the ordinance was passed?
The ordinance, yes, here at City Council?
Yes. Do you think City Council passed the ordinance?
Yes.
And if the ordinance in part relies upon a intentionally altered federal document, do you think they should get the money?
Right, no. If it relied on that, no.
I'd encourage Mr. Flood to not nod his head, please. It's okay. Probably involuntary. Now, here's a document that has, and it's exhibit number 52, and I want to put this or walk through it so that you can understand or we can confirm what were the documents on the agenda. You with me?
Yes.
And you know, and you and I both know, but let's be clear, there's an agenda published, and then there's supporting documents published with that same agenda.
Correct.
Okay. And so we've already looked, this document has the actual agenda in it, 52, and we've already verified it was a FEMA ask, right? Correct?
Yes.
And some of the other documents that are attached, one of the things that's almost always attached is an agenda memorandum, right?
Correct.
And do you see that in here, part of Exhibit 52? And again, it says the money's for FEMA, right?
Correct.
And at the bottom, it always says, I don't know if it always does, but this one says that a list of supporting documents would be the agreement. That means the proposed agreement between Type B and the project, right?
Yes.
And the other thing that's identified as list of supporting documents is FEMA cost estimates. Do you see that?
Yes.
And also the FEMA flood map. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the PowerPoint presentation, which we know emphasizes FEMA, right?
Yes.
Okay, so at reading one, the agenda and the attached documents all said FEMA, 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 FEMA.
Yes.
Okay. And we know that because we can scroll through this exhibit. And by the way, you understand on a contract like this, it refers to the Exhibit A that defines the work that's going to be performed pursuant to the contract, right?
Okay.
You understand that concept? The exhibit's part of the contract, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And so when we look here, we see the contract. It's a pretty form contract, I think. Turn it off. Thank you. That was a short call. If we scroll through the agreement, you see that it's already been signed by Deva Bhakta on January 18th before it went to council on February 20th, right?
Yes.
But it's not yet signed by Leah Olivari or Rebecca Huerta for the city, right?
Correct.
But you understand that eventually the final document will be signed by Leah for the B Corporation and by Rebecca for the city.
Yes,
Okay. And you need all those signatures for it to be a valid contract, right?
correct.
On behalf of the city and Type B and Elevate QOF, right?
Yes,
And again, and it has to have an Exhibit A, otherwise you don't know what work is required pursuant to the contract, right?
yes.
And when you look at, I'm going to show you now Exhibit A. Do you see that it is the detail on how the $1,510,000 for FEMA will be spent?
I see it.
Can I take an opportunity to just get a copy of this, of the entire exhibit? Would that be okay?
If you'll get one of the notebooks. 52. See if we can borrow one of the notebooks for you if that's easier. I'm trying to blow it up as much as I can, but I know it's small.
It is.
See if this helps. Does that blow it up enough so you can see that the Exhibit A has the detail of how the money is spent?
Yes,
Okay. And you know, all of those things that we've just talked about have to be there for there to be a valid contract, right?
thank you.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then one of the additional supporting documents, I've scrolled now onto it, is this map. That is the National Flood Hazard Layer Firm at map for FEMA, right? Shows the different flood zones color-coded, right?
Yes.
And then the other thing that we all know was part of this February presentation is the document that had the, again, I'm going to use the words I know you've agreed to earlier, the altered, intentionally altered slide, right?
Objection. Witness did not
I did not say
testify
that.
she believed it was intentionally altered. I think
Sustained, thank you.
Okay, the slide, you agreed with the police officer, right?
I did not, I said that I cannot, oh, thank you. That I don't know what intent, if there was any.
You still hadn't made up your mind. Have you made up on your mind on whether or not it was intentionally altered or not?
I think objection. Again, the articles of impeachment relate to 2024. What this witness believes today is simply not relevant to any fact issue the tribunal is looking to.
I'll sustain for an answer at this time.
It contains a slide with
The question has been asked and answered. I'll sustain that, thank you.
The presentation contains the slide with the hidden information, with the information not viewable, whatever word you want to use, right?
I'm sorry, repeat.
Right, the presentation that was used in February 20, it was the same one used in the Type B board, at least the right part of the slide, the right-hand part of the slide, and it had the information, the dates where you can't see them.
May I get clarification? Is this still a part of the contract, 52? I thought 52 was the contract.
Now, this is one of the supporting documents.
Of the contract itself?
Actually, it's not, this one's not attached to the contract. This is one of the supporting documents on the agenda item.
I thought 52 was the contract, sorry.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
The the dates are hidden, right?
The dates are, right, the dates are not there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, also on that agenda, or excuse me, one of the other documents attached to the agenda on February 20th was also the proposed ordinance, and I have it up here as, actually, it's in Exhibit 26. It's one of the documents within Exhibit 26. I'm blowing it up so you can see it pretty good there, hopefully. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Is that a yes? I got
Yes,
to.
yes.
I had to sneeze at the same time. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, and the proposed ordinance consistent with the memo, consistent with the agenda, says that the ordinance is an ordinance, now I am going to quote, ordinance authorizing an agreement between the Corpus Christi B Corporation and Elevate QOF LLC for costs associated with FEMA AE, flood zone requirements, and exterior upgrades for Homewood Suites, appropriating $2 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it was this meeting where you sort of, well, first of all, everything, all the written documents we've seen from really beginning up until this point, all of the written documents are still saying FEMA, 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 right?
Yes.
Okay. I need your fingers to hear. And in fact, when you introduced it as being a request for money for FEMA, right?
That was the ordinance reading, yes.
Pardon?
That was the ordinance reading, yes.
The witness has already testified that she read the ordinance, and so this is
Yeah, and when you read it,
cumulative.
you said the $2 million was for FEMA, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll accept that time saver. And then you know that it was questioned whether or not you should do that. In fact, he voted against it eventually, Michael Hunter, right?
I'm sorry, repeat.
Michael Hunter, first of all, in the end, voted against it. He had voted against it at CCR EDC, and he voted against it at City Council, right?
Okay.
Is that correct?
I believe it is.
Yeah. And in fact, he was trying to make the point that I think we've been trying to make, which is it's not newly defined because FEMA's been around for years, right?
Yeah, I don't know what point he was trying to make. So.
Okay, well, here, I'll play it for you then. It's exhibit number 31. I think it's already admitted. Are you ready?
Councilman Huntram?
So as a banker, when you invest in a new project or go into a new project with someone, you're not going to check the flood zone first when you're building?
Yeah.
That's the big concern I have. As an insurance agent, that's the first thing we check. You can't even start building the building until it's insured.
Yeah,
So when you're building in a flood zone, it has to be already checked. So why are we doing this
because it changed.
6 months after?
It changed.
It changed. It was, the rules had come out later.
Nobody knew.
And
They changed. They made.
we've been working on the rules for 2 years. You can expect those changes 2 years ago.
They did change them.
You hear you interrupted him several times, right?
Yes.
And you kept kind of advocating, hey, it changed. I think you said it 4 or 5 times. It changed, it changed, it changed, it changed, it changed, right?
I wasn't advocating, but I think I was clarifying like it changed because the rules had changed.
Were you trying to correct him?
I don't know if I thought he didn't understand or maybe we were both confused, but that's all that was.
Okay, but I mean, as it turns out, he was the one right and you were the one that was wrong. Yes?
No.
Like I said, that wasn't purposeful in terms of trying to, I thought he was misunderstanding, and I think maybe both of us were.
Okay, so
But,
is it your opinion both of you were wrong?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, well, were you wrong?
I'm going to object. It has not established there's a complete lack of predicate. The witness reviewed the materials, believed what was in them, and was simply stating what was in the materials provided by staff. So the idea of whether she was wrong or not is just simply an unfair question. So object to relevance.
Trying to figure out if I want to object to his instructing his witness or not. I'll just ask another question. as it turns out, the FEMA rules had been published back in 2020, correct?
Correct.
So there were no newly defined FEMA rules. They'd been there for a long time, right?
Yes, they've been there since then.
Okay. And you understand that some of the other people have testified that's why they think it was a false narrative and a false document, because since those FEMA rules had been there, like you just said, for years, it was false to suggest that they were new changes. You understand that, don't you?
I understand that, right, there was a time difference there.
Okay. And you understand that because issue of timing, that draws into question.
Gentlemen, if we could pause just a second and allow the full council to return. Thank you. Do you need a break at this point? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. We'll be back at 2:16. Is she coming? Mr. Flood, do we know, is she coming? Okay. Okay, it's 2:20. We will reconvene the meeting. Are we? Is it working? Miss Rebecca, if possible, while we begin, if we can get that, some more assistance over here. Oh, is it working now? Okay, it's working now. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
All right. Are we ready, Mr. Allison? Yes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I think we were finishing up on the February 20th meeting, but I went ahead and put it there. It's part of Exhibit 52. I think it's all over the record, but the second reading was scheduled for February 27th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that the reason, and I'll go ahead and put it up for you, the reason articulated, by the way, lawyers get to have what we call maybe sometimes daily copy. In other words, the statements, the opening statements that you all made yesterday, this is a copy of what was said. Do you understand what I just told you?
Yes.
And what we heard yesterday was that Mr. Flood said, and then you'll learn that Leo Lavari at the Type B board saw a Channel 3 story saying that was the reason, in other words, FEMA was the reason, and she reached out by email on March 1 to the city staff and said, what are you doing? That's not why we approved this. How did you ever get up here? And that has to do with, I think, articulating you all's position that it was Leo Lavari who sort of brought an error to light. And I don't mean error like in a bad way, but and she was saying, and he was communicating, Mr. Flood, is that, hey, here's how it all came to light and here's how this investigation happened, right?
Yes.
That's y'all's position, right?
Leah, through Leah, you mean?
Yeah, your position here in front, for these proceedings is that Leah is the one who brought to light the need to correct this FEMA and get it out of the ordinance and put the patio and outdoor dining into the ordinance.
Yes,
right?
Leah Lavari was.
That's y'all's position, is that's how that happened. That's how it got brought to light by Leo Lavari. She sees the news story and she reports it, and so y'all start an investigation and then you clean it up by changing the language in the ordinance.
Objection. The question that says y'all or you did.
I'll rephrase. Yeah. Your position here, because they've already told it, you've already said it, is that the reason the investigation happened and the change in the, I'm going to use the word narrative, the words in the ordinance, that the change occurred because of Lee Olivari reporting it after she saw it on a news story, right?
Objection. It's just simply a mischaracterization. First of all, it's a mischaracterization of argument, not evidence. And so it's just a simple he's mischaracterizing that Leah Olivari from Type B board emailing the city on March 1st was some change in the narrative. It was simply a reminder.
Mr. Flood, one moment. Could we rephrase and ask the simple question, how did she become aware of the mistake in the agenda?
Sure, I'll lay a little more predicate, and I will.
Thank you.
One of the other things you told this group yesterday is, and through your lawyer, was, so the type B board, the staff said February 20th, the reason was FEMA. That's acknowledging this FEMA argument was said, and type B comes and Leah comes forward and says, no, 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 that had nothing to do with it, and there's an investigation that happens. That's what you told him yesterday, right?
You told?
That's what Mr. Flood said on your behalf yesterday.
I believe so. I don't remember his precise words.
Well, I have the transcript in front of you if that helps.
Oh, goodness. No, I can't see it. Okay. So this is Mr. Flood's.
Can we just stop for a second? Question and answer, please. No arguing. Thank you.
Or not arguing. Okay.
Let me give you a chance to review.
Let me look at that.
And let me back up for a minute. I want to let you read it before I ask you a question, okay? It starts up here. Tell me when you're ready for me to scroll down.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Okay.
Have you had a chance to read it? Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to read it, ma'am?
Yes, so these
She's
are the
asked me to,
remarks.
no, she's asked me to ask the question then. Ready? Yesterday, you made it very clear through your lawyer that your position is that the wrong, according to you guys, it should not have been FEMA in there. Right so far?
Correct.
And that error was found out by Leah watching a news story, and then there's the investigation that happened, right?
I believe, yes, I believe so.
Okay. And that's very, very different than what Mr. Ajit David and Rachel Caballero and the petitioners have said, which is to say that they're the ones, before any of that happened, they're the ones that caused the investigation. You know, that's our position, is that we caused the investigation, right? You know, we think we're the reason that the false document, we think that's the reason.
Who's we, Mr. Ellison?
Me and my clients, the petitioners. We think that the investigation was because Mr. Ajit David, before March 1st, came in and complained about the alterations, the falsification.
Okay.
Those are two different things, right?
Yes.
Okay. Only one of them can be true, right?
Right.
Okay. And the truth is that you know what you told this group yesterday, you know it to be false, don't you?
Let me go back. Both can be.
Hold on, we've already.
Because
you've
both
already
could have
answered.
happened. Both could have happened. Sorry about that.
Well, no, you told him yesterday it was one thing, and we say it's another.
Right, but your question.
Objection, I'm sorry. He's completely mischaracterizing what I said. I simply stated what Leah Olivari said. I didn't say that that was the only person who ever detected anything. That's all that was said. So it's just a
Sustained.
mischaracterization.
Thank you, Mr. Flood.
Yeah, all he's doing now is arguing. He's not making an objection. I mean, if he'd like to testify, we'll let him testify.
The question is a
Okay, we're going to stop the
mischaracterization.
argument. Thank you. Question and answer.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question now. Because you know the truth is that it was well in advance, after the 20th of February, but well in advance of, or in advance of March 1, that in fact you received the complaint from Peter that in fact, hey, it looks like something's been altered here, right?
What complaint from Peter?
Ajit's complaint.
No.
No?
So, I mean, I don't recall. Is your question?
Wait, I just want to know which, is it no or I don't recall?
I don't recall receiving a complaint from Peter through Mr. David.
Before March 1st?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay.
I recall Leah coming forward.
You think Leah's the one who brought it to your attention?
Leah brought it to the attention of staff, or to staff, I guess. Heather.
Who brought it to your attention, Leah or Mr. Ajit David's complaint? A minute ago you said Leah.
Well, she brought it to the city's attention, but, after that, she brought it to the city's attention is my understanding.
She brought what to the city? Well, let me ask
What
you.
you just asked, the difference as to the FEMA part of it, and it shouldn't have been in there, and what happened, and trying to figure out, why the city had presented something different than Type B had.
And is that the first time you had heard some complaint about it?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously, in our position, I'm going to tell you, is very different. We think that days earlier, you received the complaint because of Mr. Ajit David, not because of Leah. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay, so to your recollection, that's just false.
I said I don't remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
I
you
think
understand.
both could have, sorry, speak.
Because what we believe, and let me go ahead and see if this refreshes your recollection. Do you remember, for example, that Peter called you on Sunday, the 25th of February, and said Ajit David is making a complaint about an altered document, and that this happened well in advance of the May 1st that you told us about yesterday?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking if she recalls.
Yeah, I don't recall. Oh, does she need a rule? Okay. I don't recall. What he called about on a Sunday.
Okay, well, because you've told us earlier, and your lawyer made a big deal, there's a difference. You were in favor of the project, and this has nothing to do with people. Do you remember that argument by your attorney?
Which argument, tell me?
Yeah, your lawyer kept saying this was about the project. You liked the project, not it wasn't anything to do with the people.
Oh, right.
Okay, so if it's a project issue, that would be you working with staff in support of the project is how that's supposed to happen, right?
What is supposed to happen?
Your support for a project. You should do that through your staff, right?
We do. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, well,
if I have a question about the project, would I go to staff?
Sure.
If I have a question about the project, yes.
I mean, do you go to the people? Do you go to Devin Bacta and Philip Ramirez?
I would ask staff.
Huh?
I would ask staff questions if I had questions about the project.
Instead of going directly to directly to Philip Ramirez and Devin Bacta, because that would be about the people more. Your lawyers made the distinction.
Right, but I think you might be taking it out of context. If there was a question, a lot of times, council will talk to a developer or a builder, or if they have a question about a project.
I mean, like when Leah
told... Sorry.
Go ahead, no.
And staff.
When right now your recollection is that Leah brought it to cities and your attention, and when that happened, did you go to staff or did you go to Devin and Philip?
When Leah brought it to our attention, I believe that's when staff was working. It wasn't a council issue. It was a staff and Type B board issue in conversation.
So you to staff?
Pardon?
You would have left it to staff?
Right. Staff was talking with Leah.
And you would have let the staff take care of any communications with Philip and Devin, which we know eventually happened, right?
Yes, I would
Okay.
imagine, yeah.
And you know, that's different than you being the one running over and saying, hey, Philip, hey, Devin, we got a problem, you got to fix it. Those are two different things, right?
Right.
Okay. And you didn't do that, I guess, is what you're telling us.
No,
Correct?
correct.
We had a double negative in there. Thank you. And I'm going to try again. The item was scheduled for the 27th of February for a second reading, right?
Correct.
And do you not remember, again, several days in advance of March 1 that we heard from you guys yesterday on, do you not remember that Ajit David had a meeting on Sunday with Peter Zanoni?
No,
Did you not get a phone call on Sunday telling you about that meeting?
I don't recall a phone call about that.
And the last thing, because you just told me in a minute ago, you're not going to call up and go, hey, Philip, hey, Devin, I need your help. We got a problem, right? You didn't do that.
No.
Okay. Because when we look at your phone records, and by the way, I'm going to tell you right now, we have text messages with Mr. Bhakta between him and Peter on the Sunday, the 25th, to discuss this. You understand what I've just told you?
Objection, hearsay. A complete reference to total hearsay.
Sustained, thank you.
When we look at the phone records, remember the reading was on February 20th, right? Correct?
Yes.
So 27th would be a Tuesday. That would have been the scheduled second reading. So the 25th is a Sunday, right?
Yes.
And by the way, you know we're looking at phone records because we were able to get some of Mr. Bhakta's and Mr. Ramirez's phone records in the litigation. That's what you were referring to earlier, right?
Okay.
But we never got your records, did we?
No.
Okay, you've refused to produce them, correct?
Objection. The implication.
Sustained.
Thank you.
But you agree we do not have your records, right?
Correct.
And you have two different phones that you normally utilize for calls and for texting, right?
No.
How many phones do you have?
I have two for, call, I thought you were separating them. Yes, two separate phones for, yes.
You have, let me make sure we're communicating. You have two separate cell phones for communicating and texting, right?
Yes.
And we don't have any of those records today. Agreed? I don't.
I don't believe you do. I'd
Okay.
have to refer to my lawyers if.
Fair enough.
Oh.
And on the 25th, I'll tell you the timing is after the 1 o'clock meeting with Mr. Zanoni and Ajit David.
Objection, hearsay. Again.
I'll follow it up with testimony.
Sustained.
You called Devin Bhakta on a Sunday for 1 minute, or tried to call him. Do you see that?
Okay. Where is it?
And then you called Philip Ramirez and talked to him for 6 minutes, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And we know that here we are where first readings happened and second reading is scheduled for Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and scroll up for just a minute. If you look at these phone records, there are certainly many calls, and they're separated by day here. Do you see that? Sometimes 3 calls, sometimes just 1 call in a day. Do you see that between being the traffic here?
Yes.
But when you get to right before the February 27th meeting, when you get to that, on the 25th, you call Devin. On the 25th, you call Philip. On the 25th, Devin calls you. On the 26th, starting at 7:52 in the morning, Philip calls Heather. Same day, 26, we have Devin calling you. Same day on the 26th, we have Philip calling you. Same day on the 26th, we have you calling Philip. Same day we have you calling Philip. Same day we have you calling Devin. Same day we have you getting a call from Philip and getting a call from Philip and another call from Philip. And then we have Devin calling you and then you calling Philip and you calling Devin. Correct?
Yes.
And some of those calls either lasted very short or were just attempts. I don't know how, don't want to presume. But some of them are 6-minute calls. One's a 21-minute call. One's a 7-minute call, another 7-minute, another 3-minute call, another 8-minute call, another 6-minute call, and another 12-minute call. Do you see that?
I do.
That's certainly a flurry of activity, isn't it?
It's a lot of calls, yes.
Yeah, and it's a lot of calls because you and Devin and Philip were all talking back and forth about what you're going to do because now it's been alleged that there's an altered federal document.
I disagree.
Well, I mean, what was the issue then?
Yeah, I disagree that it was what you just stated.
Were y'all talking?
I don't recall what we were talking about.
You have no idea?
No, but I can say that we were not. First of all,
you weren't talking about the project, though.
I can't tell you that, but I don't recall exactly what we were talking about.
Well, you told me.
They called, yes, and I called. It's there.
Yeah, and you told me earlier that the way it's supposed to work is if it's a project issue, you'd contact staff and you'd let staff take care of it. You remember that?
Yes.
Sure looks like you're dealing in people, not project, when you're, let me make sure I ask the question right, when in one day it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 calls back and forth with you and Devin or you and Philip. And that's not even counting the calls between Devin and Philip, right?
And I also stated that it's common for us to take calls with the people, so to speak. So it's not uncommon for any council member to talk to the project, the developer, the builder, or what have you. But, to say that we were doing something, conniving about something is not true.
Okay, I'm going to use your word conniving because conniving, I mean, what you're telling me, you were not conniving in order to figure out what to do, according to you right now. You were not conniving in order to figure out what to do about the problem that Ajit had brought to light. Or were you conniving for that?
Pardon?
Were you conniving in order to discuss this problem raised by Ajit David?
No,
okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay, and I guess let me go back to what your lawyer had told this group, because according to your presentation here, y'all didn't know about there being this issue about the wrong thing being talked about, FEMA instead of the other. You didn't know about it until after March 1st, right? March 1st or after. That's what it says in the transcript.
Gosh.
Let me show you the transcript again.
What date?
It's right here.
Oh, with Leah.
Right, you didn't know there was a problem according to you until March 1st and after.
After the first reading.
Well,
right,
wait.
At some point.
Yeah, and at some point, according to what you told us yesterday through your lawyer, that some point was March 1st or after, right? It's right there in front of you.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading it. It was in that time frame. I just know it was after the first reading.
Well, now you're backing it up a week.
I said it was in that time frame.
Okay. Are you telling everybody that maybe the dates you gave them in opening were wrong?
I'm just saying that it was after the first reading.
Let me ask you, when did you find out there was a serious problem here? More like March 1st or more like I'm suggesting you're coming over to our side maybe on February 25th?
This item, no, this item was put on, scheduled to be put on February 27th, as you mentioned. So it was taken off, and so it was, at some point after that, or in that time frame, as I mentioned earlier, you know, is when we knew it was taken off because it was an issue.
Yeah, the March, do you know what date it was taken off?
I don't.
Let me help you with that. This is exhibit number 28, and it is a record that is an audit trail for everything that's done with the ordinance. Do you understand what I've just told you?
Yes.
And let me help you learn how to read it or show you some specific entries. You understand this is a Corpus Christi document, City of Corpus Christi, okay?
Okay.
And you read from the bottom up because the earlier dates are down below. You can look in the left column and you'll see that. Fair enough?
Yes.
For example, on February 5th, do you see where, and we've talked about some of these documents already, do you see where the presentation is referenced?
Yes.
And that it's been added to the website for the city. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see on that same day, the FEMA flood maps were added to the city website? Correct?
Yes.
And then you see that the FEMA cost estimates, and you see it says the words Exhibit A right there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
That it was added to the website, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Exhibit A has to be there because those are the cost estimates for what the $2 million is going to be spent on. It's part of the contract like we talked about earlier. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to keep scrolling as time goes by. Then you see on February 9th that the actual development agreement, that's the agreement that was one of the supporting documents, is added to the website. You see that?
Yes.
And what we're talking about here is you can see when documents, for example, are added, so you know exactly what's up for public view, which is also available for you all as council people when you're voting, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
When you look at this, you can tell when things were uploaded, so you'll know what was on the website on February 20th when you had your actual meeting.
Okay.
And that lets the public see what's been uploaded to the public
Yes.
information website, correct? Right?
Yes. Yes.
And you know it's important to protect the integrity of that website because it's public information, right?
Yes.
And this is also the information that'll show you what was available when you voted on the 20th, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. And we're seeing the things I went through earlier. You can actually tell the date and the exact time to the second of when it was uploaded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here on February 12th, a field has been changed. Here on February 16th, that's when you can click on it and it'll expand. That's when they put in the full description of the money being for FEMA. Do you see that?
Line 60? Or where are you?
Yeah.
Line 63.
Yes, line 63, and I have to move it. When I click on it, it moves it so you can read it.
Yes, I see that.
And my question is simply, you can see that on the 16th, they uploaded the language about it being 2 million for FEMA, right?
Yes.
And then on February 19th, you can see that they uploaded the actual type B ordinance. And that's the version of the ordinance that said the 2 million was for FEMA again. Remember that?
On 219.
We looked at it earlier. But this is showing you when it was uploaded.
Yes.
Okay. And that after it passed, then it says that on February 20th, do you see how it says that it has been changed as follows? Originally, it introduces it. It says it's an ordinance that is being introduced. And then on February 20th, after it's been voted on, then it changes that field to say it's for a second reading. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that makes sense. Everything we've talked about makes sense so far because everybody's still on the FEMA for 2 million train, right?
Yes.
Because Ajit David hadn't blown the whistle yet, right?
What date is this?
What
February 20th?
This is, yeah, February 20th. He hadn't.
Right, that was the first reading.
Okay. And then on the 27th, did the second reading happen on the same ordinance?
No.
Okay. And is that because there was some small problem, or was it because, some clerical thing that happened on March 2nd after she saw the news show, or was that because of Ajit David?
It's my understanding that Leah Olivari is who.
Was the reason it got pulled?
Right, and it could have been both.
Well, she didn't even know about it until March 1st, according to what you told these people.
No, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Leah, after the first reading, it was brought to the attention, I think, to the city manager. Now I'm confused, because I know Leah came forth, but to Heather.
Yeah, but the news story didn't happen until March 1st, so we know that wasn't the cause of it, right? Something that happened on March 1st didn't cause them to pull it from the agenda on February 27th.
Right.
So
it was brought, I think, to Peter's attention.
The forgery.
Sometime after the first reading.
Yeah, and that was Ajit David having the meeting with him on the 25th, and then those phone calls that initiated from you to Philip and Devin that I just showed you a minute ago, but you say you don't remember any of that.
Objection? Hearsay.
No, it's not here. It's in the records.
Not the phone calls. I'm talking about this other interaction, which never heard of, so. It's just,
Rephrase the question if you will. Thank you.
because actually after making the complaint, what happened is that Ajit David got what he had asked for, which was a complete withdrawal of the ordinance. And like we said earlier, that means it never raises its ugly head again. Do you remember that?
After when? Repeat that, please.
Remember we talked about what it means to withdraw an ordinance. To finish it, to kill it, it's dead. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Ajit David got that relief and got the ordinance withdrawn, didn't he?
What date was that? Do you know?
After the 20th, after his meeting on the 25th.
The agenda item.
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
It wasn't just delayed or tabled. It was withdrawn by the city, right? Okay. So, and we know that because when we look on the 28th, it changes the status of the ordinance from second reading, which would mean we're going to do a second reading and pass it maybe. That's what had been changed. It had been changed to say second reading on the February 20th after the vote. You remember that?
Yes,
And now it's saying it's just withdrawn. It's done.
right, it was pulled.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just pulled, the ordinance was withdrawn, correct? It's right there. You see it on the Registrar.
Yeah, it was pulled. The item was pulled.
Well, it's.
Withdrawn, pulled.
Well, okay, well, according to the website, the ordinance was withdrawn, correct? And I'll scroll left so you can see the date, on February 28th.
Which is the same difference, I believe. We pull items, so it was pulled. It was withdrawn.
Well, withdrawn, we defined it earlier when we spoke. You've already sworn testimony to that, right? I'll move on. Now, does Philip have the power to take an ordinance that's been withdrawn, and I'm going to use your lawyer's word that was up on the screen earlier in the opening statement, and revitalize it? Does Philip have that power?
No.
Yeah. Does Devin Bachta have that power?
No.
And so here they are, and you know all the complaints about the altering of the document and the false narrative, and I know you don't agree with some of the characterization of it, but you know all those complaints and all that testimony. You've heard it. You've been in here, right?
Yes.
Okay, but they don't have the power to cause the ordinance to be revitalized, like your lawyer said, correct?
Objection. The revitalization had to do with Chaparral and Lomax, I think, is the intersection. And that was the revitalization, I think, that council may be referring to.
That's false, but if he'd like to testify, I'll cross-examine him. May I continue?
Objection relevance.
Okay, if we can continue, rephrase your question.
Sure.
Thank you.
You already told us that Philip and Devin, they don't have the power to have a withdrawn ordinance, if it's even possible, revitalized, correct? That's a city function.
You mean put back on the agenda?
Well,
Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about revitalized. Revital. Vital means to be alive, right? Revitalized is to make it alive again.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I know that.
Okay, so it was dead because we agreed earlier that withdrawn means it's dead, and we know revitalize means to give it life again. And I want to ask you, do Devin and Philip, we've agreed, they don't have the power to revitalize it, do they? Say yes or
Peter?
no. I didn't ask you about Peter.
No, that, I can't answer that question because that's not fair. It's not a fair question. So, no, they don't. Okay, let's answer it. Fine. No, they don't.
Okay.
This item was pulled, withdrawn, by the city manager.
Okay, so
And then it was, whatever was brought to his attention, whether it was Mr. Ajit David or Leah Lavari, was then he was addressing.
It can't be Leah because your lawyer
Okay.
told us it was March 1st when she saw the news story, and we know it was withdrawn before the 27th.
Okay, fine. Then I don't recall. I don't recall that. So fine. Let's, for sake of not arguing.
Okay, so
Fine. Then it was withdrawn. It was pulled from an agenda by Peter. I think we can all agree on that. And Peter was then addressing the issues that had been brought forth.
And you weren't involved in it?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't even know he pulled the item from the agenda.
No, but I mean, all these phone calls on the 26th, so
No.
you're still your testimony. You never talked to him about the project, right? You didn't whisper to him and
Like
say,
I
fix
said,
it.
no, I was doing nothing of the sort of what you're implying. Nothing. I was not.
All these
So-
phone calls that we're looking at in exhibit number 28 on the 26th, the day before it gets pulled after Ajit reports the problem, those had nothing to do with the project.
I don't recall what those phone calls, those specific conversations were, but I'm not saying they didn't call and ask about it. But I
No,
mean,
you called them. Look at the.
if I called them, or they called me, it could have been, yes, that they asked about the project
Okay, that's
because it had been pulled.
No,
And
these are before it was pulled. Look at the date.
Oh, well, before, and I thought it was the day of. It doesn't matter, though. My point is I don't recall, of course I don't recall what conversations I had that long ago with them.
But the investigation then that happened had to do with Ajit's complaint, not with anything Leah did, right?
I can't answer that. I can't answer that.
I mean, do you, I mean.
I can't answer
Hey,
that.
falsifying a federal document at least is a serious offense, right? If that happened. I know you disagree, but if that happened, that's serious. That's a felony.
If that happened, yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, you're saying you don't know. As mayor, shouldn't you keep up with what's being determined and what's being found?
The city manager was handling it.
But as a full-time mayor, you didn't make sure that the right things were done?
The right things were being done. The city manager
Okay,
and his staff were handling the issue that came forth to them.
And
I, nor anyone on this council, get involved with the agenda being placed or the vetting that goes on for items that go on the agenda. So what was happening was the right thing.
Excuse me, just 1 second. I've lost a member up here. We're going to take a quick 2-second break.
So you're telling us you left it to city staff and their expertise? Is that what you're telling us?
Well, I was interrupted, so
Okay.
Peter was addressing it.
He was in charge of making that determination?
Because he's in charge of the agenda, of the items that come onto the agenda in different departments.
You have control. Everybody's
No,
testified. You have control of the agenda too. You can put something on the agenda, so don't blame it all on him. You said you weren't going to do that earlier.
Yeah,
Remember?
I'm not blaming it on him. That's not called blame.
Okay.
You're asking me about an issue that came forth on an item, correct?
No, I'm asking you about
an issue that you're saying Mr. David brought forth. There's an issue with an item, correct?
And you said,
Am I right?
whenever you're finished.
Ladies and gentlemen, questions and answers, please.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting for the answer.
The argumentative and cutting back and forth. Question, answer. Thank you.
I think I have the question out right now. No? Not going to answer it. Okay.
For clarification, the witness isn't the one questioning. So that's where I'm directing questions are coming from here. Thank you.
I have to ask because, okay, I'm not going to though. Mr. Zanoni was addressing an issue that
Can we know what question she's answering, just so we know?
Could you restate the question? We'll start over. Thank you.
Was this issue placed in your staff's expert hands for them to make the determinations about what happened with Ajit David's complaint?
The issue was placed, yes, with staff, with Peter and his staff,
Okay, and
to address.
And they're supposed to have done the investigation and made their determinations, and that's how it's supposed to be handled and done.
Peter did state that he was looking into it and he was going to do an investigation. Yes.
Okay, and so do you rely on your staff for having the expertise to do that and make their conclusions? Okay. And we know that their conclusions, Heather Holbert and Peter Zanoni, was that a forgery occurred according to the language in the Penal Code statute of the state of Texas. We know that they've testified to that, right?
Objection. That's not, it's
Sustained.
inaccurate. Thank you.
Do you accept their determinations since they're the experts?
Objection. It's a reference to testimony in a lawsuit in 2025, and it's misleading because it suggests a context in 2024. So objection misleading.
And that's incorrect, if I may respond, because
Overruled. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you accept their determination is true from their investigation? They've testified about it now, but they made the investigation back then.
No. There-
Okay, so even though you place it in.
Can I finish? Can I finish my answer? There was never a conclusion to the investigation.
According to you.
According to anybody, we never received a conclusion to an investigation outside of law enforcement's, and that would be fast forward.
But we can at least agree that any inference that you gave yesterday through your attorney that the reason the investigation happened and how this got brought to light by Leah Olivari after she watched a news story on March 1st, that's untrue. We know that because we know the ordinance had already been called into question earlier and pulled on the 27th.
Objection. There's no inference that that was the very first thing that caused anybody to do anything. It was simply a recitation of a fact, and that is that Leah Olivari from the Type B board first learned of it at that point. That's what the reference to.
Sustain.
There's no objection made, but it was just
We can move on, thank you.
he knows I'm right. We can agree that whatever Leah learned of on March 1st didn't have any cause, was not the cause of the withdrawal of the ordinance that occurred earlier in time, right?
I think both may have happened. So I think David may have come forth and Leah came forth.
It's not what I asked. I'm going to try it again.
Well, I'm answering the question, Mr. Allison. I answered it.
Yeah, actually
All right.
not, so I'm going to ask it again.
Well,
We can agree that
I've answered the question, sir.
we can agree, can we not, that whatever Leah learned from the news on March 1st was not the cause of the withdrawal of the ordinance from its setting on February 27th.
Peter withdrew. I did not. So I can't answer that question.
Okay, let me see if I can make it easier for you.
No, I just answered it.
I'm going to try another one then. Is February 27th earlier in time than March 1st?
Really? I answered the question, Mr. Allison.
Are you able to
we're
answer
done.
are you able to answer that question?
No, we're done. I answered the question for you. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break, if you don't mind. I need to step back.
5-minute recess. 3:07 will be back at 3:12.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody here? All right, we will resume. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to the Legistar just so we can complete a review of what has happened on the statute, or the ordinance, excuse me. And we've talked about on February 28th, it was withdrawn. Talked about that earlier. So we're going to start after that date, okay? Ma'am?
Yes.
And we see on March 29th, it looks like there's 4 things or 5 things, really many things that happened on March 29th, correct?
Yes.
And the highlighted ones I want to bring to your attention, which is that, do you see where it says, we talked about earlier how the FEMA maps were added, now they're being deleted from the public record. Do you see that?
Yes, but yes.
And on March 29th, do you see that the presentation that had the, what we call the false slide, that presentation, which had been added earlier, is now being deleted on the 29th, right?
Yes.
And then on the 29th, we see again that the agenda memo that had been there at the, probably for the reading on the 27th, now has been deleted. Do you see that?
I didn't see that. If you'll scroll
It's right
to
here.
the left. Right, but to the left.
See where it says agenda memo, Homewood Suites?
Yeah, I'm looking for the deleted.
Ah, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And then on February 29th also,
Mark?
this is one of those that if you click on it, it expands. You see how I did that?
Yes.
And so this is the description and now it's been changed on the 29th of March to being cost associated with street level retail, public space and outdoor dining, right? Towards the end.
Yes.
Okay. So now what we're really seeing on the 29th is an effort to eradicate the first reading's references to FEMA, right?
They've deleted the record.
Correct. Somebody did, right?
Yes.
Somebody's deleting the record, right?
Correct.
And that's, I don't think your hands are on the keyboard, right?
No.
Okay. But, I mean, you understand that deleting public information that's been relied upon for a vote is a violation of law, do you not?
Objection. There's no predicate laid that anyone who quote-unquote deleted this, end quote, was not acting in the course and scope of their employment for the city in normal course scopes. It's just, the nefarious suggestion is unfair and incorporates an unfair assumption, and I object on that basis.
I'll rephrase, I'll just try that. By the way, the word we read on the Legistar says deleted, quote unquote, right? First of all, you saw that with your own eyes?
Yes.
Right? Okay. And do you think it's important to maintain the integrity of the public information that was on the public website on February 20th when the vote occurred that said FEMA, 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 FEMA? Is it important to preserve the integrity of that information?
It's important to absolutely, to, yes, maintain the integrity of information. And I guess I'm not staff, so I don't know exactly what took place. I do know what took place, but how it went about taking place. In other words, if it was okay for them to change this out.
Well, I mean...
And I believe it was.
Okay, so,
Based-
and obviously you've done some looking into it, I guess, as full-time mayor? Right?
It was told to the council.
Okay. And so you take responsibility then for the deletion of that information?
No,
Well, you're the highest ranking official with whom the buck stops, right?
the ordinance should have reflected what the type B board had based their decision on. So it didn't, as you saw. It came in as FEMA. Then it was brought to Mr. Zanoni's attention. And so what took place with his staff is, was to fix it. And so that's what happened.
Who's responsible then for the deletion of the public information that was relied upon when the vote occurred on February 20th?
I couldn't tell you that. That's a question for Peter, but I could generally tell you staff.
Not you?
No, I don't have anything
I
to.
thought you told us earlier in your testimony you weren't going to, I said the word shirk, and you said you wanted me to rephrase, but that you weren't going to dump on staff to say, oh, it's not my responsibility as the highest ranking person.
I'm not dumping on.
Objection, come on, that's incredibly offensive. Thank you.
I'm not dumping on staff. That's a responsibility. We all have responsibilities.
Including you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That, I'm not done though. That's a responsibility of staff. Agenda items. And that's also a, what would you call it? A call that Peter would
Ms.
make.
Fajardo, if I can ask you to pause for just a moment. Sure.
You might not understand.
For clarification, for procedure, if he objects and we sustain, then we don't need to further clarify that question. There, in a response.
Thank you.
And we talked about a moment ago on March 29th that now it's been changed so that it's no longer talking about FEMA, that now it's talking about patios and outdoor dining, right? Correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. And then we see that on April 15th, that the status has been changed. Remember, it was earlier withdrawn, and now the status is changed to be introduced. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so now, because we're now talking about patios and outdoor dining, now on April 15th, staff is treating it, you said it was their responsibility to do this correctly. Mm-hmm. Now they're treating it like it's a first reading, when it says to be introduced, right?
Oh, I've never seen that to be introduced. I'm not familiar with this system here.
Let me help you so you're not confused. Let's go back to the beginning, because you'll see that when it's originally put on, they use the same language, to be introduced. That means it's the first reading for it. Do you understand?
I do. And
well, if you understand it, we don't have to go back then.
Again, you don't have to go back.
Okay.
This is a staff process,
right?
Clearly.
Right. And the way, sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
Go ahead.
And what they're saying is that now that they've changed it completely so that it's no longer has anything to do with FEMA, because they've eradicated FEMA from every document that was supporting the first reading and removed that, well, some people say intentionally altered slide. Now it's being treated as a very new item that says to be introduced.
Objection. Relevance, first of all. This has nothing to do with anything in the articles of impeachment. This is David's counsel relitigating that separate lawsuit. And secondly, there's no predicate laid, zero, that this witness has any ability to testify about any of this information on this Legistar law.
I'll move on. I'm not saying I can't, but I'll go ahead and move on if that helps. I guess. Do you see on 415 also that the Type B FEMA cost estimates, Exhibit A, that's the one we did earlier that shows the amount of money they're going to spend on FEMA? You remember that?
Yes.
Do you see that this document then indicates that it's being deleted?
Objection. The witness has not been qualified with any sort of predicate to understand what the word deleted means in the system or what the mean to be introduced means or any of this. She's simply, there's no predicate laid whatsoever for personal knowledge at all.
You know,
Pure speculation.
she's actually been doing quite well and answering all of the questions on it for quite a while now. And quite frankly, it is a City of Corpus Christi document on a public information that details information about the public information that she ultimately is responsible for. If she wants to say, I don't understand it, which I think would demonstrate incompetence, then I guess she can say that, but she's got to answer the
Overruled.
questions.
Thank you.
So you see on April 15th that the FEMA cost estimates, the Exhibit A to the contract were deleted, correct?
I do see that by staff.
And here we have on that same day, the Type B ordinance has been deleted. That's the one that talks about $2 million for FEMA.
I see that.
Okay. And then we see that then it changes on 415. It's gone from withdrawn to be introduced, indicating a first reading, to second reading now.
I do.
Sort of like a psychotic horse running through a burning stable, right?
Objection. 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 Inflammatory question. I wasn't even sure what he even said.
Birdcage, everybody, birdcage.
No sidebar, please, gentlemen. Can we continue?
And then on May 7th, okay, and we know that this new version came up again on April 23rd, right? Do you see that? Wait, it's not here. We know April 23rd was the day that the new version of the ordinance patio and outdoor dining, it came up on April 23rd, right?
It came up, yes.
Okay, and that's the one that first it said introduced, which would indicate first reading, and then it says second reading. You with me?
Yes.
Okay, but then we know on May 7th, looks like they scheduled it for another second reading, probably realizing that they hadn't ever done it right the first time, and then they passed it. You see that?
Objection. Relevance. Has absolutely no relevance to the articles of impeachment.
Sustain.
Was this, in your view, you know there's a two reading rule, correct?
Yes.
Here where it says May 7, 2024, when it scheduled it for a second reading, do you need to have a second reading for there to be an ordinance like this?
Objection. Relevance. There's
Overruled. Thank you.
Do you need to have a second reading for there to be a passed ordinance?
Objection. Relevance. Anything in May of 2024 is simply not relevant to any of the facts alleged in the articles of impeachment. So objection. Relevance.
And actually, they signed it. They didn't sign it until after they decided to, if you look at the dates on when they finally signed it, I think it is relevant because they didn't even think they'd had a second reading until somebody decided they did. So it goes to the actual documents in the ordinance and how to really view the alterations and the corruption of the process. I mean, this is demonstrative of the corruption of the process.
Objection. Continue. I stand on my objection to relevance. It has nothing to do with any of the allegations in the articles of impeachment. They all refer to the time period prior to the 23rd.
I'll move on.
Do we,
Okay,
thank you.
keep us going. Just, right, do you think the ordinance passed, right? Back at the time?
The first ordinance. I'm sorry, first reading.
And did, in your view, that ordinance, required a second reading? You think it got a second reading?
The second reading was scheduled for, as you mentioned, April 23rd. April 23rd.
And did it, in your view, we disagree, but in your view, did it get a second reading and pass?
Yes.
And did that ordinance have anything to do with FEMA?
No.
I have the city's active website up on my computer screen, and I will tell you all these documents are already in evidence, okay? And you know how, I presume, I'm going to go to the February 23rd meeting, and then I'm going to click on meeting details, okay? You understand that generally?
Objection. This is not an exhibit in the case, so object to relevance.
I don't think there's any way to do this other than to show it in terms of how it exists now on their website. And it goes, but all of these exhibits are in evidence. I'm not going to display anything that's not already in evidence.
Again,
Do you have an exhibit number that these will be referenced?
I can print the pages and make it 670. It would be 70.
70.
so the purported attempt at testimony relates to a live link, which can change in seconds. It could change 5 minutes from now while we're examining. So that it's just simply not a reliable piece of evidence upon which to question a witness. Either it's an exhibit or it's not, and so I object to relevance.
Sustain.
Right now, you just said that the ordinance has nothing to do with FEMA. But if you go right now to your website, do you know that the FEMA ordinance is attached as one of the supporting documents?
To the April 23rd?
No, the version, the early version, attached to the April 23rd is the early version, the FEMA for 2 million version of the ordinance.
Objection, relevance. This now is into an ordinance passed in 2026, my understanding.
I think that's...
Put the things back up. So it has absolutely no relevance to what happened in 2024. Objection, under the Articles of Impeachment.
I'll rephrase because I think I can fix it. I'll put it this way. You would agree that if the proposed ordinance that is FEMA for $2 million is attached to the April 23rd, 2024 live website as being a proposed ordinance to that. That's different than your understanding of what was passed.
Objection, relevance. He's referring to the word ordinance, which has been clearly defined as the ordaining language. And so when he refers to ordinance, it's just too vague, and so relevance.
I'll move on. The only two readings that occurred on ordinance 240256, I think is the number. The only two readings that in your mind ever occurred, one was on February 20th and the other one on April 23rd, right?
Correct.
Okay, and the first one said FEMA, $2 million, and the second one said FEMA for outdoor patio dining and rooftop bar and things like that.
Objection. The suggestion is that the ordaining language changed, and it did not. So I'm objecting to relevance.
Rephrase the question, sir.
The document that is identified as the ordinance reads very differently. One of them says FEMA for $2 million, and the other one says $2 million for patio furniture and other things, right?
Yes, because on February 20th, the wrong presentation was presented to this council.
Yeah.
And on April 23rd, by April 23rd, it was corrected. And so that was based on economic development.
And this is because of Lee Olivari, and you think it was all that storyline that you guys promote, right?
Objection.
So that was the change between the two. The ordinance,
Yeah, the ordinance.
itself was the same. Okay. The captions were different. But again, this is, excuse me, this is a staffing, something that lies within staff and our city manager, not this council or myself.
Okay.
Objection that there's something up on the screen that's not an exhibit.
Yeah, it's in evidence. It's attached to, I think, a text message that is in evidence, I believe. I'll put that up while I'm finding it. I'll start it this way, see if we can get done quickly. Did you hear Peter Zanoni testify about how Mr. Ajit David provided information to him about how city council people could be indicted if they voted yes for something that relied upon a fraudulent document?
At what point?
No, he testified to that in these proceedings. You were here.
Well, maybe I missed it. I don't recall him talking about that.
Okay. Do you understand that there can be criminal liability if you aid and abet a felony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand what it means to aid and abet an offense? You've seen this in your deposition, I believe, is that right?
Yes. And Mr. Allison, I'm not equipped to go through this. I'm not an attorney or prosecutor or law enforcement. So to look at this and say whether there's a crime committed or if there was a crime committed or not.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And I know your counsel's here, and so I'm going to proceed accordingly. Then if you see that it says Texas Penal Code at the top?
Yes.
And that criminal under section 7.2, see if I read this correctly, criminal responsibility for conduct of another. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the kind of culpability required for the offense, he causes or aids an innocent or non-responsible person to engage in conduct prohibited by the definition of the offense. And then 2, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, he solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense, or having a legal to prevent commission of the offense and acting with intent to promote or assist its commission, he fails to make a reasonable effort to prevent commission of the offense. Did I read that correctly?
Objection. Relevance. It's already in the record. A full investigation by the Corpus Christi Police Department in conjunction with the District Attorney's Office and found no prosecutable crimes, and so it would be impossible under 702 to aid, assist, encourage, or agree to a crime that is not prosecutable crime. And so objection, relevance.
Yeah.
Sustain.
Let me just ask you this. We've talked about what you did at the CCREDC meeting when you seconded the vote and tried to get $2 million for the project. Do you remember that?
Objection, I'm going to object to relevance.
Yeah.
Again, the CCPD investigation included a review of all those relevant documents, including the CCREDC. And again, no prosecutable crimes occurred, so the intended suggestion of aiding, assisting, encouraging, or agreeing under 702 is just simply not relevant.
May I respond?
Yeah.
Look, the fact that they, look, and everybody knows, they didn't send a subpoena for any of the native data on the computer, which would have revealed more about where the slide came from and how it was created. They didn't send a subpoena for any of the text messages. They didn't send a subpoena for any of the phone information or phone call information. They didn't even interview her, okay? They didn't even record the interviews that they're supposed to record according to their own policies and procedures. I mean, when I'm looking forward to having the policemen here, I mean, when with all the fluff investigation at most that occurred, and then they go around and they talk about, I mean, you know, well, I'm gonna stick to that for a minute, but whether or not there's a prosecutable offense is absolutely positively still an open question. And I'm sure this testimony will get reviewed by the appropriate governing authorities or prosecuting bodies. And it is not up to the police department to determine whether or not an offense is prosecutable. If they want to bring Mr. Jimmy Granberry in here, the district attorney, I will look forward to asking him questions. But the idea that they think they get to hide behind that, like somehow that excuses their criminal liability, is just absolutely false.
Objection.
And quite frankly, we're not here to decide a crime, but information that is elicited relating to exactly the issues I'm talking about goes to prove malfeasance at a minimum. And that makes it relevant.
Counsel's argument simply reinforces my relevance argument. Continued reference to the CCPD investigation, which actually does contain evidence that the district attorney's office saw no prosecutable crime. So I will stand on my relevance objection to this. It is not relevant to any of the fact issues raised in the articles of impeachment.
Do we have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Say nay. Thank you.
We've talked about what you did at the CCREDC meeting, correct?
You mean the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
And the discussion about the item, right?
Yes.
We've talked about all the phone calls you made on the 26th, 25th, and 26th of February, right?
Yes.
We've talked about the text exchange between you and Devin Bhakta on November 9th.
Yes.
Talked about the phone call you did with Devin Bhakta right after you left the CCREDC closed meeting, right?
Yes.
We've talked about or shown how on the first reading you were interrupting, and I say advocating, and you say just trying to provide information, I guess, to Mr. Hunter that it's changed, it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about that, right?
Yes.
We've talked about or heard testimony about how it is that Peter Zanoni told you he didn't want to go forward with it, but that you wanted to go forward with the ordinance, even though it had already been withdrawn according to the Legistar.
Yeah,
right?
that's not true.
Okay,
So,
you contest what he said,
absolutely.
but you heard his testimony, right?
I heard his testimony.
Okay, so is there any evidence at all that you think that would suggest that you have encouraged or directed or aided or made an attempt to aid QOF and Philip Ramirez?
Do I have any, pardon?
Objection.
He's shaking his head, but I'll go ahead and do the objection.
No, the question was aid or assist QOF, and I don't understand what the rest of the question is. It doesn't make any sense, so objection relevance.
I'll complete it then for him. That is any of those things that we've been talking about that many of them you admit happened, were any of those encouraging or directing or aiding or attempting to aid Philip or Devin in getting the $2 million?
No. Oh.
Objection, relevance. Under aid, assist, encourage, or agree, penal code, they have to share the exact, person would have to show the same criminal intent. So objection, relevance.
I'll move on. I think she's answered. After the first reading, we've heard the testimony of Mr. Zanoni, but you said you dispute it, correct?
Yes.
And we also know that Miles Risley presented information to you in executive session about what Mr. Ajit David had alleged was an alteration, whatever word they used, or a tampering of the document, the federal screenshot, right?
Right.
So you were told on April 16th in executive session that there was this allegation being made, correct? About what would constitute maybe a felony, right?
On April 16th, we had executive session, and obviously I was there. I don't recall exactly what was put up. I may have walked out to ladies' room or even across to my office, but nonetheless, that was the executive session.
So you don't recall it being presented?
I don't recall it being presented precisely because I don't think I was actually in the room at that moment, but I know that that took place.
And on that same day, Mr. Ajit David stood in front of you and gave detailed information about what he thought was the alteration or whatever word he used, tampering. I don't remember which word he used. We'll see in a second. But he stood in front of you in public comment and also explained it to you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
You can offer exhibit number 35. Play it at this time. Please watch because I'm going to have follow-up questions.
David Ajit.
And before it starts, I'm just going to object to hearsay. Because 35 is not in, right? Oh, it isn't. Okay.
I can advance the slides with this. Can you take out the... Okay, there you go. That's better. Ajit David, 5821 Ocean Drive. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Staff, Chief Wade, Chief Markle, members of the media, those present in person, and the many residents who are watching today's council meeting online. Good afternoon to you all. Today, I'm here primarily in support of the skate park that they just talked about, but also on behalf of many residents of this community, deeply concerned about a potential $2 million handout to a project in the guise of an incentive. On February 20th of this year, city staff presented to council a memo summarizing a $2 million grant from the Economic Development Fund for costs associated with FEMA AE flood zone requirements for a project that was fully committed and well under construction. You all have a copy of that memorandum. What followed was a PowerPoint presentation by the EDC chief summarizing the breakdown of the $2 million. That's up on the screen. $489,000 for certain upgrades, $1,510,087.50 for FEMA AE flood zone requirements that the applicant claimed was just updated by FEMA. A couple of council members questioned and flagged the timing of the FEMA updates as being a couple of years old or in the making. To support the narrative, the presentation included a screenshot of the official FEMA portal, which stated that the flood maps had become final. That's the screenshot on the right of the screen. Now, all FEMA releases have a release number and a release date. There's no exceptions to that. Somehow, these were missing. In fact, it seemed they were poorly photoshopped and edited to support the narrative. That's what I circled over there. This now is the original FEMA webpage, complete with a FEMA release date, the release number, and the media release date. Yes, that was 2 years ago. If true, this is an act of falsifying, forging, or tampering a federal document with an intent to deceive for financial gain, $2 million to be precise. There are only 3 questions that need to be answered at this point. Why? We can guess that answer. To procure $2 million in tax dollars. Who? I'm told this is still under investigation and we don't have that answer. What's next? Are we going to reward the perpetrators of this, or are we going to investigate and call for a punishment? The worst of all things that we can do to ourselves is cheat and defraud ourselves. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Sean.
Can I wait till the agenda item?
Agenda item, yes, sir.
So on April 16th, you heard an executive session from your legal counsel, or you know what happened, you're not sure if you were in the room at the time. And then you also, though, had Mr. Ajit David come in front of you and put red circles around the missing missing photoshopped, he said, data, right?
Correct.
And he said this is falsifying and forging with intent to receive a financial gain. That's what he told you that day, right?
I believe that's what he stated. I mean, I'm assuming you're quoting
I'll
him
let
from
you
what he just
qualify it
said.
that way. It's in the record what he said,
Right.
okay? And obviously the word forging lets you know he's saying it was illegal, right?
Who?
Forging a document is illegal.
Who's saying?
Do you agree forging a document?
No, I'm sorry. The first question you asked me was, I was trying to clarify.
I'm clarifying
You're talking
for
about
you.
Ajit David.
Forging is illegal, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so we've got whatever Peter told you, and I know you guys disagree on that. And then we've got your legal counsel coming and talking to you in chambers, but you're not sure if you were there. And then we have Ajit David standing in front of you on the 16th. Is that correct so far?
Objection. The sidebar about counseling her, absolutely false, and the suggestion's outrageous. So I move to object to that and move to strike.
I missed it.
Can you answer, but speak closer to the mic? I'm having a hard
Okay.
time hearing you.
I will. I apologize. I'll rephrase.
Mr. I think we missed the question, so I'm going to have to clarify.
On February 23rd, Ajit David came back and made another presentation, stood at this dais right here in front of you, and made a comment at public comment. Did he not?
I'm just going to object. I think you meant to say April 23rd.
Thank you very much.
February 23rd.
Correct. April 23rd.
Correct.
And again, listen, I'll have a follow-up question, but we play it now. It's exhibit number 38.
Slide 2, please. Thank you. Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. And before we start, not part of my presentation, though, I'd like to extend my sincere feelings for Chief Markle, who was here earlier today, and what his entire team is going through. And I hope everybody in the City Council, City Manager's office will stand behind our brave police department. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Does everybody have a copy? Okay, thank you. Ajit David, 5821 Ocean Drive. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, federal and state agents, if any in the audience, political consultants, and everybody in attendance, including members of the media. I think I covered everybody in this room. Good afternoon. In last week's council meeting, I had raised some very serious concerns regarding a federal document that seemed tampered, altered, or edited from its original source. The only response I received, I'm quoting, that document went from one Xerox machine to another, causing some very specific information to disappear. This is the original document that you have on the screen. Let me show you how it's done. This is the original document that is on FEMA website today. This was the only presentation that EDC had in front of council on February 20th. You see the red circle over there, that's where the missing. And this is how it's done. You just Photoshop it, it's that simple. There is no use of a Xerox machine over here. This is just called electronically altering a federal document. We all know something very serious occurred, prompting the city to investigate and admit much later that they had made a mistake. It is extremely difficult to convince one that the city manager, EDC chief, city council, at least 6 of 9, etc., all made a mistake. In fact, I'm told that the applicant is not just an architect, but also a past chair of the EDC. It cannot be a mere coincidence that everyone was part of this error. In fact, city staff still cannot recommend an approval to council. Take a close look at the first city staff recommendation, which read, that is the first one on February 20th. It says, staff recommends approval. In fact, this was before all the issues had been highlighted. Today's staff recommendation reads, that's the next one, it says, staff recommends City Council to consider this agreement. In other words, staff is saying, we cannot approve this, so we're washing our hands and we'll let City Council decide amongst themselves. With more important issues like desal, infrastructure, sales tax allocation, etc. at stake, the city needs to rebuild trust with the community. Before council decides to even consider a vote, I'm requesting that you ask city manager, EDC, Type B, and the applicant only one question, not behind closed doors, but in front of this audience and in public. You all have a copy of that question. Did any part of the application to procure $2 million in tax dollars contain a federal document that was tampered, altered, or edited from its original source? Regardless if that document was ever used to make a final decision, we don't worry about what the final decision was. Just ask that question. If that answer even remotely leans towards a yes, stop the show immediately and disqualify the application. That will save the city a lot of embarrassment and disgrace once results of a higher level investigation are out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David.
Thanks.
Melody Nixon.
So on April 23rd, did Mr. Ajit David again give you, without arguing about altered or intentionality or any of those things, did he clearly indicate to you that there had been some kind of fraud or illegal activity in connection with the document, in his view?
Objection. I think the words he used were tampered, altered, or edited from its original source. So, objection, mischaracterization.
Not sure that if it's tampered and altered, that would be illegal, right? To be tampering and altering a federal document?
So Mr. Ajit's words were if true in his statement there. So which infers that he realizes he's saying, look into it, which that's, at this point, that's what Peter was doing.
Okay, so you should wait for Peter to make that determination. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that Mr. Ajit is came to council and says, if this is true, and everything else he states after that, then, you know, it could be a crime, so therefore, obviously, there would need to be an investigation. And at this time, Peter is doing just that, which is what he tells the council at the time. I'm doing an investigation.
Yeah, and he actually told the council at the time that he's not recommending it, that it was, as far as, and I'm going to go right up until the time of the public comment, the memo for the proposed ordinance said that for council to consider it, which is not the same as a recommendation. Agreed?
Agree.
Okay.
On the day we voted, he absolutely recommended the $2 million.
Well, actually, what he recommended was the second one, which would have been the second reading on May 7th that we looked at a moment ago that never happened. Because the first one was FEMA for $2 million, right?
The first one was FEMA for $2 million.
And he was against that one.
The first one was FEMA for $2 million.
Let
me finish if you'll allow me. The first one was FEMA for $2 million, February 20th. Regardless of how it was brought to anyone's attention, it was brought to his attention. He then withdrew the item, and he was addressing the issue with the document and said so and told the council. And so when Mr. Ajit or David came forth, he was already in the process of investigating. But to your last point, Mr. Zanoni did not recommend on the agenda item, but he was sitting right here, well, actually, he was sitting right there. The day of the vote, he recommended what he said he and staff recommend what the Type B board was recommending, as well as Mike Culbertson, the CEO of the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, also came. Although their recommendation initially was $1,043,000, he came here and said, we support the $2 million. So.
And he also on that day said he did not recommend the FEMA for $2 million because of the issue with the forging of the document.
And Peter also said he didn't.
Is that correct first?
No, I don't think that's written anywhere, but I don't know.
No, I mean during the council meeting. He made it clear that I'm not recommending it.
I don't recall, Mr. Allison, if he said those words. I don't recall if he actually said, I am recommending or not. But to your point, Mr. Zanoni also testified, and you just said it, that he was not recommending. He was not going, and he didn't recommend it on paper. He recommended it vehemently, verbally. I mean, he did.
It's on an audio tape or videotape, and people
It's on your deposition, too, with him.
Right. It's on the video. We actually have a video recording of the meeting, of course, like you do all meetings, right? So exactly what he said, I'm not going to debate it with you right now.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So with the different presentations we've gone through, with all the conversations you had or didn't have with Peter that you recall or don't recall, were the ones that happened in executive session that you may or may not have a recollection of parts of them. Did anyone ever tell you that the document might be a problem?
Yes, Peter.
Did any of them tell you that it might, well, forgery, that's what everybody was worried about, was that it'd be maybe had been altered or tampered or forged, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that to be illegal, right?
Yes.
And you knew that back at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. exhibit number 61. And even though you knew it back at the time, you publicly took the position, right, that no one had ever told you, right?
What's that?
Recently, I mean, you actually denied publicly the things you just said. You said a moment ago, yeah, they told me back then, and I understood the allegation of forgery and all. You said, I understood that that would be illegal, right?
No, what I said was, what they told me was that there was an issue with that item, and that was being looked into, investigated, to be exact.
Okay, that answer sounds a little different from what you had said earlier, but let me just move on. A lot different. And I'm going to play this for you. It's exhibit number 61.
I'm going to object. I don't believe 61's admitted.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah, I'm going to object to it. Is 61 admitted?
You don't know? We got a yes over here. She corrected us last time, and she was right. It's true. I was wrong. He was wrong.
It is admitted.
Then I'm just going to renew my relevance objection to anything in 2025. It has nothing to do with what was the articles of impeachment, which relate to 2024 only.
And I'm going to do the lawyer thing and not digress since it's already in evidence and not argue an objection.
Thank you.
No one, no expert has said in this litigation that the document was a fraud or you know, whatever term they're using. No one has. And so, I'm sorry, that is a statement of fact. I was never told the document was not legal. And I'm not an attorney.
And so, when you say no one told you, you're thinking you're kind of, I guess, not including, or your statement about no one somewhere in there telling you excludes Ajit David and Ajit David the second time, and whatever Peter told you that you disagree with him on, and whatever was told to you if you were in chambers?
Objection. The question totally incorporates an unfair assumption. She said no expert in this litigation has said. So, objection relevance.
I think we call that coaching the witness. I'll rephrase.
No, it's an objection to the question because the question mischaracterizes the statement that she's being asked to sponsor. Thank you.
Did anybody tell you that there'd been something maybe illegal with the document back at the time?
No. So,
was that
first of all, I'm going to say,
was that a no?
Ajit David was not qualified to make that determination, first of all, because you made the statement after Ajit David came to the podium and stated, you know, there's something wrong here. A lot of people come to our podium and state things. So, again, Peter had been made aware, and he had already said he was doing an investigation. He was looking into the matter.
Peter also said, don't put it on the agenda.
Well, Peter says a whole lot of things, doesn't he?
Okay, so
Yes
now
and
you're
no.
at least agreeing he said all those things.
I'm not agreeing to, I'm agreeing to what I said, what I have stated on record, Mr. Ellison. You and I both have both said, Peter said one thing, did another. Peter didn't do this or said that. So
Sounds a lot like you're blaming staff again, doesn't it?
we all have to be responsible for what we say. and the votes we take.
Including you.
Including me, 100%.
Okay. We play now exhibit number 67.
And I think what you're telling me is during that time frame, you were not in the loop.
And I didn't really set it up correctly. You understand this is your deposition that was taken under oath?
Yes.
And I need to object. If the witness can be confronted with a statement, there's been no predicate laid for confronting the witness with a statement, so objection.
And I actually have, because I've asked those questions earlier about whether anybody told her that there had been anything illegal, I believe is the word that's used here. So I think the predicate has been laid.
But I think you probably need to see if you can refresh your memory.
The objection remains it's a prior statement, and there's no predicate laid, whether it's in any manner whatsoever.
Can you refresh?
Yes, okay. You've already testified that you heard what Ajit David told you, right?
At the podium?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On April 16th and April 23rd, right?
Yes.
And you understand that certainly there's evidence that Peter says he told you that you should be concerned about this, that a federal law had been broken. He testifies to those things, but you dispute them.
Correct.
Okay. So, but that is some information that's already in the record clearly that people had told you, without getting in, that had told you that there was something illegal or fraud and whatever the characterization was in those conversations, right?
Objection. It's multifarious. He just put 3 different conditions on that question.
Right.
Could you break down the question, Mr. Allison?
That some of those statements that are in the record that were made to you suggest forgery, right?
Objection, vague. Some of those statements in the record. There's no
Ajit,
reference to it at all.
Ajit David used the word forgery.
Again, a lot of people come to this podium and say a lot of things, and they have every right to. But I mean, he's not qualified. And at this time, the city manager, he had already gone, per your conversation earlier, the city manager knew there was something going on, and he was already looking into this issue.
Okay, Ajit David stood in front of you and used the word forgery, right?
I don't know. We'd have to play it back. Maybe he did. I didn't pay attention to every word he said.
Okay.
But nonetheless.
That would be illegal. You've already said that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so therefore it would be untrue if we have the videotape of Ajit David standing in front of you and saying, here's a forgery, and you knew that to be something that is illegal, it would be untrue for you to claim that no one had told you anything illegal had occurred, right?
If it was law enforcement, yes. But
Okay.
this is a resident. This is a resident who, it was his opinion, and he stated that in so many words because he used the word if. But again, due diligence was already it was in process through the city manager.
So did anyone tell you that it was illegal?
No.
We'd offer exhibit number 67 to refute that.
And I think what you're telling me is during that time frame.
Objection. It does not refute it because the answer, it's not a prior inconsistent statement. This prior statement is conditioned upon that there was no formal finding. So again, it's just like what happened in 2024. It's just there's no proper predicate laid for this prior inconsistent statement. And it's also not relevant because her testimony now is not relevant in this regard to any of the fact issues raised by the articles of impeachment. And the deposition itself, as it stands in regards to the issue raised in the article of impeachment, is already in. So there's no purpose for asking the witness about the statement now.
It's actually simpler than that. One, it's already in evidence, and two, there's an impeachment article on perjury, and this is directly relevant to that.
That's exactly my point, is that it's cumulative because that evidence is already in. And so the question asked of the fact finder is, was it perjury at the time. And so it's cumulative to admit it now, for this witness to talk about it again. So I object for that purpose. And also for purpose, it's also not relevant.
Is there a motion to sustain or overrule the objection? Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries.
It's exhibit number 67.
And I think what you're telling me is during that time frame, you were not in the loop as to what the findings were for the investigation.
Correct.
And so therefore you had no knowledge that it was something illegal in the process that you were voting on.
Right. There was,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
First of all, that is your deposition on camera, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sitting to your left, correct?
I don't recall. I probably. It doesn't matter, does it?
Well, when you look to your right, you're
Okay.
you're
Mr.
looking at your
McKibben.
lawyer, Mr.
Yes.
McKibben, correct?
Yes,
And you wink at him.
I do.
And that was after and you said in your testimony, the first part of your testimony, you said you were not in the loop. Do you remember that? That was the first part of what you swore to in this clip.
Yes.
Okay, but you certainly were in the loop to the extent that Ajit David had stood in front of you twice, correct? You're in that much of a loop.
I did not consider that in the loop. I meant internally, Mr. Allison.
By internally, you mean Peter Zanoni.
By internally, I mean counsel and, you're right, Peter. Yes, I don't mean public, people that come up to public comment.
Well, you were in the loop with Peter, weren't you?
Again, Peter had let me know that he was investigating. Yes, he was investigating.
Let's look at what he let you know, or he says anyway. This is from the deposition testimony that's already been admitted, so I'm going to just play the clip.
What you're telling me then is that the mayor had definitely been made aware that the altered federal document used at the time of the first reading to support the request for $2 million, that even though it had been a federally altered document, she was had indicated she's still okay with moving forward and approving it.
Correct.
And same thing for Mike Pusley.
Correct.
And if I heard you right earlier, it sounds like same thing for Roland Barrera because of what you explained earlier.
Correct.
Okay.
Wouldn't that conversation or exchange that he's describing be keeping you in the loop?
That did not happen. He is saying that he let us know, us meaning myself, Roland Barrera, Dan Suckley, Everett Roy, and Mike Pusley, 5 people on council, that there was an altered federal document.
He let you know?
That's what he just said.
Yeah.
I'm going
That would
through.
be in the loop, though.
Mr. Allison, let me finish, if
Well,
you
my
will.
question is simple.
Let me, no, but this is my answer.
Can we not interrupt
Were
when
you
she's
in the loop?
answering? If
I'm
we'll
in-
let her answer, thank you.
Thank you. He is saying in that video that he let 5 council members, myself, Everett Roy, Roland Barrera, Dan Suckley, and who was the 5th one? I can't think of the 5th one. But nonetheless, 5 council members know that there was an altered federal document, but yet he hadn't let the council know that his investigation had concluded and given us the results of that investigation. So no, I'm sorry, I dispute what he said. I know he said it in his testimony. 5 council members, not one. I would not violate my oath, and I'm pretty sure I can speak for Mike Pusley, Everett Roy, Roland Barrera, and Dan Suckley that they wouldn't do the same. So I dispute that, yes. And by the way, if it was, why would he allow that if he knew it was a
Hey.
altered federal document? Because it was
Don't
not.
touch this, something along those lines. Did you do that?
I can't recall if I said that exactly, but I would, let me think how I can say this here. Given what we knew at the time, given the fact that it appeared a federal law had been broken, I wouldn't consider it yet. I wouldn't have put it on the agenda. I wouldn't have voted on it if I was a council member.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have wanted to.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Did Zanoni ever tell you we shouldn't put it on the agenda?
No.
Did he
Not to my recollection, and more importantly,
It's a simple
he never
question.
said a federal law had been broken. Again, where is the investigation that he had? And it's not just about me. It was about the entire council and letting all of us know where's the conclusion to your investigation. Because he just stated a federal law had been broken, but you're not letting your council know? So, yeah.
Did he ever tell you that he would not vote on it, like he says in
No,
this call?
I don't recall. Maybe he did. I don't recall. Maybe he did, but I don't recall that.
Evening, I believe, have a conversation with the mayor on the phone, and Councilman Pusley was there, either in the room or in a three-way call. I'm not 100% sure. But that was after the meeting with Philip, and so I explained to the mayor that Philip, who would be the only one that could explain what happened to this document, could not explain it. And so there was an obvious change in the document from the website to the PowerPoint. And the only person, well, there were probably two people that could have explained it. One was Mike Culbertson and his team, and then the second one would be Philip Ramirez and his team. And I believe we had a conversation with Mike Culbertson to rule him out and actually ask for a copy of his PowerPoint presentation. And who created it? Did he create it, or did Philip Ramirez create it? And Culbertson said that the PowerPoint was created by Philip Ramirez, sent to Mike Culbertson, who did nothing to change it, and just placed it into a template that had EDC heading on it. That's why we ruled out Culbertson as somebody that may be aware of or may have changed the document, and then started working with Philip Ramirez as the sole person that should know what happened to the document.
And what you just told me is what you told the mayor?
Correct.
In the phone call soon after the meeting with Philip?
Correct.
And it's the same information you also told to Councilman Pusley?
Correct, on that phone call that he was on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you also let them know, Pusley and the mayor at the same time frame, same phone call, that you were not satisfied with the explanation?
I did.
Okay. So at that point in time, then you are still communicating to both of them that this is something you cannot recommend?
That, yes, and that they should be concerned about it.
Yeah.
Did the things that Peter just in that clip testifies he told to you, did he tell you?
The last time I had a three-way phone call was in high school, I think. I don't recall ever being on a phone with Councilman Pusley, Councilman Pusley at the time. So maybe he's getting that confused with some other call, but no.
That would be likened or the equivalent of somebody on our city council putting themselves at risk for a criminal charge by voting to approve something supported by a fraudulent document, right?
Objection form.
Yeah, correct. I would agree with that.
And that's why I'm sure a moment ago you said you wouldn't vote on it.
Correct.
Knowing what
If
you
I could vote.
Pardon?
If I could vote, yes, I wouldn't vote on it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Flood, I couldn't hear you over that.
There was simply he was starting with an answer. I have no idea what the question was, and so there's no predicate laid for whatever question's going to come because there's just an answer. And so the objection, lack of predicate laid on this particular examination.
Yeah, I'll just play it from this part forward because the question's in the record now. And if,
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Rebecca, is everyone present? Okay, so we can resume? Thank you. All right, we will resume this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Allison. I'm sorry? Could you hit the button for your microphone? I'm sorry.
And I was trying so hard to talk louder. I pass the witness.
Thank you, sir.
And I understand we're going to, based on the conference a minute ago, we're going to adjourn and then return. What day is it?
August 6th.
August 6th, yes. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so this concludes today's meeting and we'll resume on August 6th at 9 a.m. Thank you.